The right to offend is not some pesky little part of freedom of speech that we have to put up with. It is the heart and soul and lungs of freedom of speech. It is the coursing lifeblood of human progress. It is the instigator of liberty and modernity and science and understanding. What a laughing stock today's student leaders are, that they can so casually dismiss the right to be offensive without realizing that their lovely, enlightened lives are the gift of individuals who gave offense. Offensiveness is not just something we have to begrudgingly accept. Offensiveness is the motor of human progress.
Now broadcasting from the Right to Offend Media Studios in sunny South Florida, bringing you the latest in politics, current events, art, and pop culture. This is the Whitfield Report Live with Sam Whitfield.
But giving offense is good. In fact, it's essential.
Well, it's been close to a million years between shows, or at least it feels like it. Uh, I apologize if there was no show last week, but Rumble, kind of, well, basically the whole entire site crashed for more or less like a full 24 hours almost, and so we gonna do a show last week, and there wasn't really any time to do like a makeup show, so we're here, and as our friend Evan from the Fake and Tide podcast likes to say, it's been a million years in between episodes, and so much news to cover. So where to start? Well, we were going to talk about the Andrew Wilson, Candace Owens debate last week, and if you were really curious about my opinion, I actually wrote an article on Substack and on X articles, or whatever you want to call it, about that. And basically, well, I'll let Morpheus and Maxine also give their thoughts if they have any. But basically, the debate, as we're kind of went the way I thought it was that it would go. Candace basically she did show up, so I guess I'll give her credit for at least showing up. But as per usual, she basically did not once again, we still have no idea what her basis for why Tyler Robinson is innocent. We have no idea what her basis actually is, or what I should say, what her evidentiary basis is, because, well, it seems like this bitch doesn't really have any evidence. And
well, no, see, she knows what she believes, and she believes that what she knows is what she truly believes, and because she believes it, and she knows that she truly believes it, then she knows that what she believes is truly true. See, it makes perfect logic, Sam. Don't you understand?
Yeah, I am not drunk enough for that to make sense.
You know what, Sam? I can make sense of it for you. It's the video games journalists citing themselves as fact.
Pretty much, yeah, and so that goes to my whole thing too of people were like, well, you need to listen to all of our shows in order to understand what, and it's like, no, we're not doing that. I know that that's what she wants, but this is what
the debate was supposed to be self-contained.
The debate was supposed to be self-contained, and by the way, I will remind you, and Maxine, you might not even know this, but Max and I both, when Candace first started like making those claims, Max and I both independently sat down and watched, some of her, streams. Not the entire thing, but like to see what her claims were, and basically we both kind of came back independently, and they were nothing in the beginning, and it just seemed like a grift from the beginning, and yeah, like almost a full year later, we're still there, and so did Andrew Wilson win the debate? Well, yes, he did, but it wasn't even because he had that like good of like an argument. He just was more coherent than she was. And I love this whole thing that, oh, you're a Wilson stand now, and it's like, well, no, I still have my criticisms of Andrew of Andrew Wilson just in general somewhat. Although this kind of leads into another topic, which is because of the whole Lindsay Clancy thing. I might owe both Andrew and Rachel Wilson an apology because look, I've said for years that like I understand that there are, that like, crazy feminists are bad. However, I've also said that there are women out there like my mom and like Maxine who are the exception to, to the rule and who aren't crazy, you know, uh, incapable online, feminazi lunatics, and that rational women. That's why the 19th Amendment, exists, and why it should be a good thing. Like I've defended rational women for a long time, not in like a male feminist way, but in just like a logical way, and yet, man, this whole Lindsay Clancy thing, you ladies are making it really hard for some of us ladies.
I'll say one thing. The defense was kind of smart in doing this because if you notice on most of what you see, especially when it's the women that are making these videos in support of Lindsay Clancy, they completely skip over and forget that there were 3 innocent victims in this. See, they're not even, or it doesn't appear that they're even thinking about the fact that she murdered children. They jump right to women's mental health. It's important. Wah! And that's all they're focusing on. Now, where I do agree that women's mental health is important, and that, yes, postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression are both they're serious. They affect tons of women. I had postpartum depression after having my son, and as soon as I realized it, boom, I went to my therapist and I was like, let's fix this, which is what most women do. But just because I agree that there is like a flaw and a crack in the system, and that there are some women that are failed by the system who truly have, postpartum psychosis and things like that. I just, the evidence is not stacking for me to believe that this woman was going through postpartum psychosis when she was committing this heinous act. And even her own, like, I don't remember if he was a psychologist or therapist or what, but one of like the ones that had spoken to her, who said that he didn't really believe her because she said that during the 18 minutes that it took to murder her children is when she heard the voice saying she had to kill her kids, and whatever it was saying. I don't know fully what she claimed the voice said, but I do know that she claimed it said to kill the kids. She never heard that voice before, and hadn't heard that voice after. Now, with postpartum psychosis, it's very typical when a woman is truly going through this. She hears that voice the entire time, and it will even like kind of like ramp up what it says, and it will like tell the women like they need to like commit suicide, they need to end their lives for whatever reason. And what happens with the kids is that it'll usually turn into, but your kids, you know, they won't be safe without you, so you have to take them with you, or some kind of variation of that. And that's then why the mother will unfortunately take the lives of her child or children. It is extremely serious. It is really rare. I believe the statistic I looked up, I believe it said that it's like every 1 to 2 in 1,000 births, a woman will have postpartum psychosis. And I'm not a professional in any of this whatsoever, but like psychology is something that I love looking into. And oh my God, I feel like I just like lost where I was going there for a second because I got all like, I gotta make sure y'all know I ain't professional. I don't know. It's just looking at the entire thing. Like, I don't believe that the woman had uh, postpartum psychosis. It doesn't fit with what happened. Oh, I remember. I was gonna say when something like that is kind of like rare, when it happens, you're kind of able to hone in a little bit better on like what the symptoms are, you know, like common ways that a person will act. And it's easier to be able to identify that and be like, okay, this is how a person is going to like typically react. And where she never heard the voice before, didn't hear it after. There were some other things. I wish I could remember exactly, but he said like even just like the way that she responded to him was not typical of a response of a woman who had been suffering from postpartum psychosis, and basically he just doesn't believe her.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't either, and it's not just because of that; it's because of tons of evidence that's come out. But I don't want to sit here talking the whole time, and Mort hasn't said much. So, Mort, what do you think?
I think she's fucking nuts, but not enough to get off. And it's clear to me that the Lindsay Clancy supporters are weeding themselves out of the dating pool.
Yeah. Yeah, there's that. Well, to me, like the way some of these supporters are like acting and like granted like I haven't like I basically like did like a
Sam, I saw a post, a quick video on Twitter, X, whatever, earlier today, of a mother carrying her child, her small child, beside a wood chipper, and she suggested throwing it into the wood chipper.
I saw that. She was like, "Oh, did you have like that intrusive thought of like what happens if you like trip and like your baby falls into the visit because me too?" And I'm like, "What the hell? Get that baby away from you! That is insane. That is like taking the joke of like when your intrusive thought hits and like turning it into the most demonic thing you could think possible."
well yeah I well yeah I
These
saw
women are fucking demonic.
well yeah I saw that I also saw the video. I think more I saw it because more you I think you quote tweeted it, but it was the video of like some woman like basically like she was like waterboarding her kid, but she was
Not
basically
her
like
kid. Not her kid. Not her kid. I saw that video and I saw
Wow.
follow ups. That was not her child. I believe I'm not 100% sure on this. You can look it up. Fact check me if I'm wrong. Please let me know. But I'm pretty sure she worked at like a daycare or was like a nanny or something, and that was not her kid that she was throwing that water in the face of. Not her child, and she was doing that. If I was that
Okay,
child's
so
mother,
one,
I would be the one in jail for beating her ass. How dare you do that to somebody else's child?
Yep.
I you know like these like let's put aside the fact that this is a woman for a sec, but these dumbasses just in general, this is shit that like needs to go to the cops, and like cops need to like you know, like at the very least, like
No.
that's child endangerment. So like, yeah, it can.
Sam, would you like to hear something wonderful? I saw a news clip which says that women that have been posting things like that, they might be getting some visit because they're going to start looking
Good.
into those videos and going to start taking them seriously. Oh, and
Good.
the amount of like divorce cases and custody cases have been skyrocketing because they are now using these videos that these women are posting in their cases to get the father's custody because they're proving that the women are a danger, and they're going to make them have a complete like mental evaluation and everything when
Let's
they go to court.
go.
Well,
You women, like, oh yeah, let's stand up
Let's
for her to lose
fucking
our
go.
kids to lose your kids. Because I don't. Let's make this clear right now. I do not support Lindsay Clancy. I think that she's an evil person that probably does have some kind of mental, issue disorder with her, and I pray that she gets help for it and she's able to, cross her demons and face them and be able to own up to them someday. But I do not support what she did. She took the lives of three innocent little children. She set it up so that her husband would be out of the home and away long enough so that she could commit this heinous act.
and
She tried to end her life, and then if you look at what the facts were showing, she did not dive out of the window, not for my opinion, because if you look at the window, there are transfer marks, like from her wrists, which would suggest that she lowered herself out of the window and then pushed herself off so that she wouldn't, be super injured. But I think, Karma made sure that she got pretty injured because she's in a wheelchair now, which, yeah, you deserve that. You strangled three innocent little children. She should go to jail. And then after because by the way, people, can we please remember that she pled guilty, that she admitted she did it, that her defense is not saying that they're not pleading not guilty. She pled guilty and now is basically trying to say, but she's insane or was insane at the time, so not legally liable for what she did. No, she is. Send her to
yeah,
jail for what she did because she committed a crime, and then evaluate her, find out what's going on, and take care of it. And then, hell, if you want to say, hey, we need to look at women's mental health, then after this, yes, let's demand it after this is done. But the first thing that we need to take care of is that the justice for those three little babies that are now in heaven need to have justice for having their mother murder them. And please, for the love of God, leave Patrick alone. He did not do this. She admitted she did it. Stop trying to frame it that this man did it when he is mourning the lives of his three children and doing charity work and everything like that to try and help the community and heal. Leave him alone. That is so evil and vile. And honestly, these women, you make me ashamed to be a woman, and I am disgusted. And yeah, not a joke anymore. I would not have an issue with the 19th Amendment being revoked or whatever it is called to get it taken away, because some of these women are proving that they are not mentally stable enough to make votes and decisions when it comes to running this country, when they can't even manage running their own children.
yeah, and also like, so here's the other thing is a lot of these influencers who are on Lindsay Clancy's side, they're acting as if Lindsay was in a fugue was in like a fugue state or something, or that this was like some sort of X-Files thing where like aliens or demons like possessed her and then she murdered her kids. But like, I'm sorry, but to me that doesn't fly.
She might be possessed.
Well,
You still go to jail if you're a demon.
well,
Sorry.
well, yeah, but also like that doesn't necessarily fly because like it seemed like she had this planned out to murder the kids beforehand. It doesn't seem to me like
It was definitely premeditated.
yeah, it seems premeditated. It doesn't seem to me like she all the
No.
it
It
does
absolutely, like that. If I was, I'm sorry to cut you off. If I was the prosecution, that would be my one thing, is that I don't think she was in a crisis state because she premeditated everything.
yeah.
Down from, I believe, because if you look at her journal entries, and I've seen a lot of different people analyzing this, and I looked at it, and look, I'm not like a specialist in handwriting, but it does look more like someone sat down and wrote it all out in one setting or sitting. Because, like, when I was writing stories, I would write everything out by hand first before typing it up. And I was just, yeah, it does kind of look like someone just sat down and did it all at once because everything looks so similar. If you're writing stuff down, different days, like your writing is a little bit different based on how you're feeling, or like just what's going on and stuff. So
Oh yeah.
it seems like that was kind of set up. There are screenshots of messages where she's complaining about our kids, calling them difficult and everything like that, and kind of like sounding like, oh, I wish I could get rid of them. Like she didn't say that, but that's just like the vibe you get from it. Then there's the doctor hunting and all the different medications, and then not taking most of the medications, and all the different things with that, and just like her story changed. Like I think they said 3 different times for certain parts of what happened, and it honestly seems like someone that researched this condition, this disorder, whatever it is, but didn't go full into depth of like what the symptoms actually are, how long they last, anything like that, and then just slowly put it together and created this, and then played it out. And that's what I'm afraid is happening. I can't say for sure that's what's happening. That's just my opinion based on looking at the facts that I've seen on, watching like clips and everything like that of the trial. And I just feel like she's using it as a cover for just wanting to get rid of her kids. And that to me is a bigger problem, because then when you're doing that, and then you have these women that are supporting her and doing these crazy things, holding their children, saying, "Same, Lindsay," throwing the ice in the fucking showers because they're so angry and that's how they were little. You are in turn taking the thing of which you are claiming to be so worried about and making a mockery of it.
Yeah,
This is why rape victims stopped getting believed, because so many women were doing false accusations. That's why the Me Too movement died. Now you have this. It's like Me Too 2.0. And the thing is that you women are going to start seeing some real consequences. And the thing is that kind of breaks my heart to know that these families might get have DCF involved and everything like that, because those children don't need to go through that. Just because the woman is like misinformed and thinks that she's standing up for something and doing the opposite doesn't mean that I think that their lives should be disrupted, interrupted, and the children should be scarred, and they should, there are divorces happening. Like, that stuff breaks my heart. And it's just like, you don't have to post all your opinions online. It is okay to keep them to yourself, or just talk, amongst your friends and group chats or whatever, like, you don't have to put it online, because once you put that stuff online, one, it's there forever. It
oh
does
yeah.
not go away. And 2, people can use it against you. Like these people, I've seen lawyers that are saying that they are doing this tactics in their custody cases of bringing in, because you post these publicly. Okay, I know that you pay attention to your followers and you only think about your followers, but you are public to the entire world. And anybody can take that and use it. And I mean, they can use it in this way, which would get your kids, taken away from you, get you put through mental evaluations. Like, it is not worth it to defend a woman who murdered her children and is, in my opinion, making a mockery of postpartum psychosis by using it as an excuse and trying to say, hey, it's okay that I killed my kids. I was stressed out. It was too much for me. Says the woman that had nannies, who had a husband who worked from home to make sure that he was there for her to help her out because he was concerned about her mental health. Give me a break. Like, if there is something seriously wrong with her, if there is another mental disorder that is wrong with her, I hope that they find it, and I hope she gets the help that she needs, because she obviously does need help, and she should get it. We should make sure that she gets it. But we can't let that be an excuse for 3 children losing their lives. It's just, come on.
She can get all of the mental health that she needs behind bars.
Yeah,
Hey, I was talking to my mom about it. Even if she goes to some kind of mental facility or asylum or whatever it is, as long as she is paying, like, her, doing her time, her sentence, and getting the help, that's perfectly fine. As
Yeah.
long as she's serving the time for what she did, because she pled guilty. That's what's driving me crazy.
yeah, I mean, it you know, like, I'm of 2 minds on this because on the one hand, like, I am really glad that people are bringing up the fact that, like, maybe maybe people are being over-medicated on, like, SSRIs and antidepressants a bit, and that we need to, look into that because I've been saying that consistently for years, that I think doctors sometimes tend to overprescribe those or, misprescribe the wrong ones or whatnot. But with all that being said too, like, this doesn't even if all that is true, this doesn't exonerate, Lindsay Clancy or anything that she did. And like I said, I don't buy this whole notion that she blacked out and murdered her kids and then, came came to and was horrified that she like that just
Hey,
doesn't
can I point something else out too?
yeah.
By the way, this her defense attorney himself read this in court, and it was a very much a egg on your face moment. He read from the actual, what is it, the DSM-5, talking about postpartum psychosis, and it says in there that it typically doesn't go past 4 weeks. So anywhere from like a month to like 2 months is the period of time of when postpartum psychosis will happen, because it all has to do with like the severe hormonal imbalance that you have after giving birth. And usually over time it dissipates, and then like you're okay. Her youngest child was 8 months old. So she would be very much past the threshold of where the postpartum psychosis would be a thing. And that's, they brought that up themselves. The defense read it right there. So
Wow.
it's just like, yeah, it was kind of funny because it was, he was reading it to like a psychologist person. And you like kind of just saw the look on his face of like, oh, he's going to read that? Okay. Took his glasses off and just sat there and kind of had the look on his like, wait for it. And then the guy read it and he just went, mm-hmm.
Cell phone.
Also, in all of her reports from her mental health evaluations, not once anywhere in them was postpartum psychosis mentioned or listed. So it's not even in the records from when she had evaluations and everything. Except I think the only one that did was like the doctor that her defense had her be evaluated by, which that's kind of like, yeah, yeah, I kind of feel like there's a little bit of bias there. So, yeah, I don't know.
A little bit of bias and a little too late.
Well, I mean, the fact that like I will say this, that the fact that like cops are like starting to use the footage from these women like, you know, bragging about wanting to kill their kids to do like wellness checks, and also like lawyers, you know, using it to like help dads win custody cases.
Hell yeah.
That is a bit of a that is I have to say that is actually a major white pill for me because like over the last couple days, well, really for the last like two really for the last month, like I have to be honest, and I've talked I've talked a bit about this with both Morth and Maxine, but I might as well share for the audience. Like I always try to be optimistic and like really upbeat, but it's kind of been difficult the last couple months because not to be blackpilled because uh between Charlie Kirk passing and then Max passing, and basically the whole entire internet being a continuous shit show. Like sometimes I do wonder, like, why still do the show, and why, like, if
Because
they
it's cathartic for us all, Sammy.
it is cathartic, but at the same
It's
time, like,
also it's also because we can get information out there to people in a different way to get them to listen and actually think differently about things, as opposed to the media where you could see there's one story, but you will see like five different headlines about it, and they could all be from a different narrative about the same exact article.
yep,
But like, we give our true honest opinions. We do our best to state the facts. We say, hey, if our facts are incorrect and you can correct us, let us know. That's
Absolutely.
one thing that Matthew always said that he always believed in, and so do I. If you can correct my information and give me different information and prove to me, that's awesome, because that's what we should be doing, because that gets people to open their minds. That gets people to look and start doing their own research and not just agreeing to what they see on their screen. They actually go, they watch clips, they listen to what people are saying, and to anyone who is like being like, oh, there's not going to be copycats, or we're not going to see more women doing this. Bless you. I have three more cases for you that have happened recently. A lady had her kid, I believe she put him into a pillowcase and just
Or
basically
I
let
would
him
really say
suffocate and die.
copycats.
She pled guilty, and she said it's because she was stressed. Then there was another woman who slit the throats of her three children before telling their father to say goodbye to the kids. The youngest one, Colton, by the grace of God, survived. I'm so happy for that. Not sure how she pled, but it happened. And then the third one is fun and a little bit of a spicy twist for you guys to like. There was another woman who was pouring hot wax onto her children, and then she set a pile of clothes on fire in her kitchen. And her oldest, or the one I believe it was a 6-year-old, had to actually put the fire out. And she was arrested, and she was an illegal immigrant from Cuba.
I heard about
That's
that
the
one.
spicy shit for you guys. Yeah, I saw the videos. It's insane.
yeah. So again, this goes back to my point of look, like I said, like I don't necessarily agree with everything Andrew Wilson says about women being retarded and incompetent, but at the same time, like, I mean,
I don't not agree.
you guys kind of are making his point, and also too, like, kind of going back to him and Candace debating, like, I hate, and Max always used to hate this too, like when people would put words in my mouth. Like, yeah, I still am not saying that, like, I was Charlie Kirk's best friend or anything like that, but like I've always said, it does distress me that, that his quote unquote best friend, as Candace Owens claims to be, has basically, uh, you know, sh- shit all over Charlie's legacy. Just to be blunt.
Dude, did you hear that she's like suing someone who created a group chat about her and was talking about her? So now she's freaking trying to
That's
sue them
insane.
over it.
Oh yes. I actually that was something I wanted to bring up last week. Mrs. Oh, my family's being threatened, and my family's being threatened is in danger because of all this. She's doxing people. She's trying to dox and life ruinate and like potentially get people swatted who are basically like defending who are basically just like basically saying leave Erica Kirk
It's all
alone.
it's a group chat of women literally just like in support of Erica Kirk. And like, I don't know all of it, but like, I follow one of the women that's a part of the group chat, so I've been getting little, updates on it, and I'm just like, she's literally trying like cease and desist. I'm going to sue you type of stuff because they have. I'm like, baby girl, First Amendment. Like, as long as they're not sitting there saying anything about hurting you, they're good. What are you doing?
Well, and also she's claiming that these women are harassing her, but it's like, okay, what about you and your, millions of fans?
I was going to say, what the hell have you been doing to Erica Kirk? Like,
Y-
all you've
yeah,
been doing is harassing a widow. Like, look, I can understand. Look, I don't agree with everything about Erica Kirk. I have my own issues with her, like how she upheld herself and kind of like tried to erase her past and lied about it when she should have just been a woman of God and owned up to it and said, "Yeah, I found God and changed the way I was. Thank God." I thankful I found Charlie had to help me find my way. Instead, she tried to hide it. I have issues with that. Now, look, I don't know if the woman is competent or capable of running her husband's company. Um, and I know that this is on like such a way different scale that it is so ridiculous, but it's like, I didn't know if I would be able to come on this show and kind of like sit in my husband's place and try to do what he did. And I'm finding out that I can because I was there with him almost every single show. I saw what he did. I learned how the show worked. A lot of the times, like, we would talk about the stuff before he would get on the show with you, so I would know what you guys were talking about to some extent. So, do I think that it's possible that maybe she was able to watch from standing behind him enough to maybe be able to go in there and to some degree be able to control something and then have other people around her that she trusts to be able to help her make the important decisions so that she doesn't screw anything up? That's a possibility. That could be, that could be the case. But I can understand too why people are criticizing her and saying that they don't think that she's qualified. I totally respect people's opinions on that. Again, I don't know enough about it for me to be able to say definitively one way or another. I'm just saying there's a possibility it could work out. But it's just like, girl, you've just been harassing this woman. You
well,
accused her of being a part of a husband's assassination, bro. What is wrong
yeah,
with you?
yeah. Well, to your point, Maxine, like this is something going back to the whole, you know, debate between her and Andrew Wilson. Because I know you only caught I know you only caught parts of it, and then more like I think tapped out at like an hour. But
Yeah, I got about an hour and a half in.
basically, her whole basically Candace's premise as to why she thinks Eric Kirk was like responsible for Charlie's murder without any evidence basically whatsoever is basically because she thinks that Erica is an incompetent leader. Therefore, she must have had her husband killed because and it's
Hold up.
like,
Hold up.
If she's
Hold up.
incompetent, how did she orchestrate her husband's murder?
Thank you. I
exactly.
was going to get there. I was like, let's stop and analyze this for just one little second, maybe dumb it down for some people who might not understand it. She's claiming that Erica Kirk is incompetent and can in no way, shape, or form be able to run that company. She's just not qualified. But she believes that she is capable and competent of being able to conspire and come up with this entire plan to have Jewish lasers or some shit, something from a trap door, because it looked like there was air that came up because his shirt moved. Did you know that his shirt moved? Yeah, I do. You want to know how I knew that? Because I knew what Andrew said. That when a bullet gets shot, there's fucking air that goes out all around. It's not just a straight shot of a bullet and that's it. There's freaking air that moves. It's fucking physics, okay? And it's not that you don't need to be Sheldon from fucking Big Bang Theory to understand that, okay? Most kids can understand that. So that was just stupid. But oh my god, I'm sorry I got off on a tangent because sometimes she's just so fucking stupid. But yeah, you You don't think that she's smart enough to run the country, but you think that she's smart enough and capable enough to be able to create that entire fucking plan to take her husband out.
Yeah.
You are cuckoo. You are crazy. You are delulu, and I hate that word. You need to get off the internet, Candace. You need to go have a 17-2-hour grippy sock vacation, and you need to get your head on straight. And I know you're pregnant, and I know, like, hey, yeah, maybe hormones are a little bit of it. I can understand that. Okay, you need a break. You need a break. You need to step away. You need to take care of you, your family, your baby, your husband, your personal life. Drop it, leave it alone, leave Erica alone, leave it all alone for a little bit. Just breathe, woosah, okay? Just step away, because I've heard that there might be legal actions being taken against her because of everything that she's been saying too. So to save yourself from that, because I honestly don't want to see your family going through shit like that. You don't need that right now, especially when you're pregnant. Just stop doing it for now and save yourself all of that, because it's not needed. And
Yeah.
you're kind of like you're beating a dead horse that's already starting to rot, and everyone else can smell it but you.
Yeah, and also like her fans are also like are also now threatening Andrew Wilson and his family. And look,
See, this is what I don't understand. Most of her fan base is women, I assume, correct?
yeah. Well, and
Okay,
and
again,
well,
so
and also like simpy men too, which is weird.
okay, well, I think the women are more important to focus on now, because that is,
Yeah.
once again, another check in the column of women should not be able to run the country or be in any like real seats of power, because you're doxing a man and his family just because he beat Candace in a debate, which wasn't really that hard to do because she wasn't answering and deflecting so much and playing the little like, oh, well, I mean, I didn't realize I was going to, be asked questions and have to answer them. Bitch, that's what a debate is. And also, can I just make one quick comment that has nothing to do with it? I am
Sure.
so sick and tired of seeing advertisements about shoes. Oh my god!
Well, you know, Max always said that Patrick Bet David was like a sus as fuck used car salesman. And yeah, I've always gotten that vibe from him too. Like I don't know like what experience Max had with like a used car salesman, but it must have been pretty bad because Max, the way he described Patrick Bet David to me as a used car salesman, it felt a little like personal. So I mean, I know that the Irish mob is probably involved in probably a few used car dealerships in Massachusetts, but yeah, I don't. Yeah, shoot. I'm glad people are like making fun of him for that too, because I mean he is such a fence sitter. Who won the debate, Patrick? Well, they both won because because Candace won because she got $300,000 and Andrew won because he got like free media exposure. And it's like, okay, that
The
is
fact,
like
just looking at, if you look at it from like just strategically as a debate, she lost because she could not bring any actual proof or evidence to back up any of her claims. The only thing she had was, it's my opinion. I can state my opinion. That's what I believe. But she had no proof to back any of it up. And she also, like, she actually got kind of like upset whenever he was able to rebuttal some of her shit and be like, well, actually, this, or like, you misquoted that. Like, oh, well, I'm sure somewhere that I apologized for it, somewhere, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, like, what was it? One of those, like, 2-second things where someone goes, oh, well, I'm sorry, it was actually like this. But now go on to this type of thing. I don't know because I don't watch her show. But
Her
she didn't bring any proof. And Andrew actually was able to bring some kind of fucking proof, even if it was just, like, clips of her fucking show and what she was saying. He brought something for it, and he was able to, if he was asked a question, to be able to back up, like, at least why he felt that way. Whereas opposed to her, it was just like, well, it's because I feel that way, and because I feel that way, that's the way that it is, and it's true, and you can't tell me any other way. Well, yeah,
her
no shit. That's how everyone is with their own opinion, but you still, if you give an opinion or why you think something, the point is that you were able to articulate why you came to that conclusion. And she just did not do that well at all, if at all.
Well, also, Candace's fans were because I was arguing with them all on X last week, which is fucking pointless. But they were like, "Well, Sam, Andrew did not bring the burden of proof to prove that Tyler Robinson, was guilty." And it's like, what is he? Like, what is do you think Andrew Wilson is a trial lawyer? No, he's this was a debate. And also, like, he's not he's not going to bring evidence that he doesn't have. Like, that's the other thing people don't understand is we haven't actually had the trial yet of Tyler Robinson. We're still in preliminary hearings. So there's no way that they would give that the prosecution would give, state's evidence to a podcaster basically, for a viral debate. That's just not going to happen. Um
Dude, I can't believe that I actually caught like a bit of like her basically saying that, yeah, she was surprised why no one contacted her to help out with the case. I honestly, I had thought that that was a meme and that it wasn't true. And then like I actually like see like her saying it, and I'm like, oh my god, because you're not as important as you think you are. They're
uh,
not going to bring you in as like part of the team to do investigations. In that point, you are absolutely not qualified. I would be more qualified for that because at least I have a degree in criminal justice. You are just a podcaster. I don't know what degree she has. I'm sure she has some, but like she would not be qualified to help with an investigation.
Funny that you spring that up, Maxine, because she has no college degree actually. She and
I honestly thought she did. So okay, I stand
well
corrected.
so this is another thing that I love because I and you and I made a video on this last week, so if anyone wants to check that out, they can. But because Candace was so, like, unwilling to, give evidence for what, she thought, was basically why Robinson was innocent, I asked Grok what basically Candace's evidence was. And basically, Grok said that there was no substantial evidence, right? Um, and so I recorded that conversation and posted it on YouTube. And like clockwork, basically, like the Chris Cantwell like fan group, and also probably Candace's fan group. Basically, Maxine, I don't know if you know this, but I'm required to tell you that I am because I asked Rock for information about Candace Owens. I am an Israeli shill, and
You get to $9,000.
I see.
I mean, I mean, you know, more that they keep telling me to get they keep telling me that they keep telling me that I'm going to get $9,000, but, like, I don't but, like, my bank account is still, like, pretty light. Um, and also, like, contrary to what Tucker and Candace say, like, Grok is not using a Ouija board. But it's funny because they wanna criticize me for using AI as, like, to ask questions. Meanwhile, like, some of our fans are actually using, like, actual Ouija boards and whatnot. So, like, okay okay, before you call AI demonic or whatnot, how about you guys put the actual, Ouija boards down? And also, before you accuse me of being, like, demonic or whatever, uh, how about Candace answer for, literally, like, unironically saying, "We are Legion," on her show last week?
I saw somebody say that and I almost choked. So, in case anybody doesn't know, like in reference to the Bible, in reference to God and demons, whenever someone said we are legion, that meant that basically it was a legion of demons. Um, it's very, very, very demonic to say that. It's very evil to say that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that, yeah. I saw somebody say that she said that, and now to have you basically confirm it for me, I'm just like, holy crap, do we need God more than ever? And I have to say, I am like very, very happy because I have seen Chris Pratt, Jenna McCarthy, her husband, what the fuck is his name? I really like him.
Donnie
Is it Marky
Wahlberg.
Mark? Yeah, yeah, him. Um, Marky Mark was another one. I have seen so many celebrities that have been coming out and they have been saying that like they're Christians, they're with God. I mean, even some WWE, like Roman Reigns, basically came out like, yeah, Christian, God, all that. And I'm just like, well, that gives me some hope. That gives me some hope because like even Jenna McCarthy was baptized. That I teared up a little bit about that. That's amazing that she got baptized. That's like God, that's amazing. And so it's like, there's a little bit of hope because I do see more people that are coming to God and more people that are standing up and defending Christians because like the shit that I'm seeing, like with Massachusetts, oh my God, that fucking bill that allows abortion up to birth is, I'm sorry, I've looked into it as much as I can without going through and reading the actual bill. And it just seems like it's just Planned Parenthood way of being able just to have those abortions because literally all it does is remove all the restrictions, like the safety restrictions that were made. It makes it so that it no longer has to be at a hospital. It can be at any third party facility like Planned Parenthood. The doctors can't, there are no restrictions to say a woman cannot get it. It's now just based on between her and the physician. If they think it, if they claim it's, unnecessary for her to get the abortion, then anytime up to birthday, they can do it. So basically, it was just their way to legalize late term abortion. That's all it is. And it disgusts me. And all the women that were standing behind that fucking evil woman, demons, every single one of them. How can you applaud that? It is so horrendous and horrific. And I fear, because my other issue with Planned Parenthood is not just about abortion. Yes, I stand very strong on abortion, and it's not just because of my religious beliefs. It's because of like the whole like the science and medical parts of it. But it's also the women's
Yeah.
safety at those places because women die. Women die, and you don't hear about it because with the way that it was set up before, like they weren't affiliated with hospitals, and they like there. I've heard the recordings of the people telling the ambulances to not have their lights and sirens on when they come to the building because a woman, other like they punctured her uterus and she's bleeding out, or a woman came back and found out she had a botched abortion and she's actually now septic because they left part of the baby inside of her womb. they will tell them not to have their lights and sirens on because they don't want people to know that that happens. I've heard horrific stories of rats being in some of these facilities. I've heard horror stories from a woman that worked at the place that there were some of them that were literally they were sterilizing the instruments used for the abortions with Dawn dish soap. Yes, the kind that they
Yeah.
use in the commercials to clean off the little duckies. That is what they were using to sterilize these. Oh my God, it's so disgusting. So my other issue is that women are not safe getting these procedures done because, as far as I know, there's not like you don't like really get like trained on it. There's not like an abortion doctor. It's just like something that they like can do or whatever. I don't know. It's very like a tricky and for me personally a hard area to like research and get everything straight. But it's still it's the fact that women are not safe going to these places. They get botched all the time. And there have been so many women that have died from it, and their families have been speaking out against Planned Parenthood for so long. In this bill, I'm afraid we're going to see more of that, more women getting hurt or killed, on top of more innocent babies losing their lives for no reason.
Yeah.
And I hate it. And then there's I believe it is in New Jersey, and they signed in a law which essentially targets Christians. Um, if you pray outside of an abortion clinic, you will be arrested in New Jersey. If you
Yep, I saw
pray
that.
outside of an abortion clinic in New Jersey, you will be arrested. Did that
Whoa.
sink in for everybody? Please tell me how that is not an attack on Christians, because I was told it's not an attack on Christians. I'm sorry, but I
It
feel like it
absolutely
is.
is.
Am I wrong in thinking that?
You are not
Yeah.
wrong, Maxine.
It it absolutely is, and oh boy, the 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 UK's bullshit is starting to show up here. That's fucking great. Uh, so yeah, that's lovely that that's happening. Well, in some positive news, I guess before we dive into some more, crap, uh, Byron Donalds did,
You got a basket for your puppies?
uh,
Sorry, just being a smart ass.
no, I wish I had a box of puppies or something, but, but no, Byron Donalds is the, main, like, Trump-endorsed candidate for governor, and he did win the Republican primary. So hopefully he'll win the general, Florida governor's election in November. Um, I am I'm hoping that that's the case. I know that Hassan Piker basically got booed out of Florida uh recently for when
Okay,
he
I have been seeing a lot of things about him, and I don't know what's true, and I don't know what is fake. Normally, I had Matt help me filter that stuff out. I've seen things about like him being, I think it said like subpoenaed for a bunch of shit, and like also like the possibly getting deported and shit. So, can you please set me straight on what the hell is going on with Hassan besides shocking his dog?
well, I also heard about the denaturalization thing, and I'm not sure about I'm not really sure about that. The if he was born in the US, which I think he might have been, like, there's nothing that they can, there's no way to denaturalize like a US citizen unless like they voluntarily like give up their citizenship or something. Um, but he might have also been born in another country. I'm actually asking.
Checking that now, Sam.
Yeah, you and Craig are like the Hassan experts. When it
Yep. Born in July 25th, 1991, in New Brunswick, New Jersey.
Yeah, so he is a U.S.
So there is no deporting Hassan. He can leave, which he should, but that's beside the point.
So maybe that's just one of these hopeful wishing posts going around.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, maybe can I just say I'm a little disappointed that he might not be, leaving. I don't
Same.
know. Let's see. Is Son Piker getting
He grew up in Istanbul in Turkey, but he was born here.
That might make
um
things.
that might make things interesting. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's all fake news. Now he might be getting in trouble. For like he might be getting in trouble for basically like cavorting with the Cuban government. Um, and
I
whatnot.
remember Max saying something about that because, yeah, what he did there was very, very mean.
Yeah. Also, like I am glad that people are pointing out that like, hey, he's a communist, but also, what is he doing flying in a private jet?
He's being a hypocrite, like all of them.
Yeah, folks. That's what communists. Well, that's what most communists do. The ones who are propagandists. So, congratulations. Some of y'all are learning, at least. But anyway, like all in all, I am glad, Maxine, that you actually have some good news because man, with all this like basically kind of infighting with the Candace people and the I mean, look, I was hoping that Charlie Kirk's death would be like a thing of unity, and the fact it's become like a giant, basically like as Mort put it, blood sports, uh, cycle. It's really unfortunate that that Charlie Kirk's assassination has been used as like internet fodder for the last couple of for the last year really. So it really is.
I want to look something up to make sure I'm getting this right, but I have something positive about Charlie Kirk, but just give me a second to look it up because, like I said, I want to make sure I get this right.
Absolutely. So uh also, as much as I like to complain of basically Twitter/X and how things have been kind of crappy on that platform as far as like visibility, I do want to say that like I'm glad that apparently now you can continuously watch the show streams like in archive and whatnot. And they finally gave
Nice.
the back end of the chats like more accessible. So now people can actually chat in the Twitter, live stream if they want. So but I don't know if
Okay, I
anyone.
found the one I was looking for.
Yeah, what
Okay,
what do you have?
so it's about Jenny McCarthy. I said her name wrong before. It's about Jenny McCarthy again. Rude car. Sorry, as you guys know, I have to be outside for this. So it says Jenny McCarthy recently opened up about how the death of Charlie Kirk influenced her spiritual journey, leading her to fully commit her life to Jesus Christ. During appearance on the Culture Apothecary podcast, she shared that although she had been raised in a Catholic faith, this experience deepened her relationship with God in a way she had not previously known. She described turning to prayer, worship, and Bible study, feeling a renewed sense of closeness to God. McCarthy also spoke about what she called a mass awakening, saying that the event led many people to reflect and reconnect with their faith. Her testimony serves as a reminder that even in times of sorrow, people can experience spiritual growth and a renewed sense of purpose. So, as much as people want to try and say that Charlie Kirk was not a fucking martyr, he sure as hell fucking is, because his death has moved so many people and brought so many people to God. It helped me get closer in my faith and be able to open up and like be more open and honest with people about my faith and what I feel. And I mean, God, I even find myself sometimes just like reading a story and seeing a good thing and being like, praise Jesus, and being like, oh God, I'm becoming one of them people. But it's just like, yeah, because when I see like read a story or just like something like I read and like I'm just like, yeah, I can't help but just like be like, he's out there and trying he's trying to reach all of us and get us all to listen. And it's just it is moving to see so many celebrities that are coming to God. Like seeing Chris Pratt talk about it, and to also know that his son also wants to get closer with God, and his mom, although she was never raised religious, she's not telling him no, but that she's willing to go on the journey with him to, figure it all out. And she actually will like kind of like challenge him with his faith. And all she sees is that like he's dedicated, he means it. And I think it's wonderful that even though she's not religious herself, that she's still trying to like be a part of that experience with her son. And hey, maybe God touches her heart too and brings her, closer to God. And that would be absolutely wonderful. And just seeing so many celebrities coming out and, saying that they stand with Jesus or Jesus is king and, things like that. It's just it it helps me know that not there's still hope. We're not in a time where I think that we need to truly be like afraid. I think that we're kind of seeing a point in time where things are getting to be at their worst, and we're finally having people open their eyes and seeing what's really going on. And we're seeing a lot more Christians coming together, being more vocal, saying things. And I think we're going to like kind of start like overpowering that, because there's a lot of states that are putting into laws that are like, banning Islam and like Sharia law and a bunch of stuff like that. Unfortunately, my state is trying to create like a Muslim commission shit or something like that. And that does terrify me. I'm not going to lie. That just proves to me that like I have to make sure that I vote, and I will be voting Republican. And like I would urge anybody living in Massachusetts that truly wants to see a change for good and wants to continue seeing illegals getting deported and doesn't want to see more people coming in and trying to change everything about us, that you really need to kind of think about it. And I would urge you to vote Republican, because if we just keep going blue, we're never going to know if anything could be any different. But if we start like getting into the parts, that do, get blue more, and we can get people to really look into these things and start voting Republican and actually voting for change, maybe we could actually see some good things happen here. Because I really don't want to see my state become like fucking Dearborn, Michigan, okay? That place is, I feel bad for anybody living there. It just seems like a monstrous clusterfuck. And I don't even fully understand everything that's going on over there, but I've seen enough to just be like, what the fuck? We need God to come back to the US and like save us, because shit is getting crazy, and it is getting slightly biblically scary with some shit, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I I mean, look, I try not I like to make fun of I like to make fun of the left, wing states like New York and Massachusetts, but it does break my heart because yeah, you can make fun of like the government. Like I do know decent people like you and Max who live, in Massachusetts. And you guys aren't, crazy. So, you guys don't deserve to uh, pay the consequences of what, the elites in Boston, you know, are voting for. And same in
Exactly. And it pisses me off because there are some like nice, like still kind of like the way towns used to be. Like there's still some of that oldness to it with the old buildings. Unfortunately, in my hometown, a lot of places that we really looked up to that were big monuments and staples of the town were torn down. That whole like domain fucking bullshit that they can do with your property and just take it from you and throw whatever money they want at you. I forget what it's actually called. I know domains in the name, but I can't remember the other part. Um, and they come in and they build all these, like some are like these fancy apartment buildings, and then they build other
yeah,
ones that are they're for low income families and things like that. And then what they're really trying to do is turn those towns into like places like Boston and stuff like that. And it's like, why do you want to turn every place like that when like the people that work in Boston, yeah, they're coming and moving here so that they can live in a normal town and not in Boston. But then they're spending all their money in Boston when they're in Boston eating, because they're spending most of the day in Boston. So they eat in Boston. So their money's going to Boston. And then they're paying like the train, and like part of the money goes to like Boston. It doesn't even go to you because it goes to the train. Like you're not bringing the money you think you're going to bring into your town by doing that. It's stupid. And then like even if you do go the route of bringing in low income, unfortunately, like especially in areas like around where us, like you bring in people that are from like what you would really call like the ghettos or the projects and stuff like that, where they're very like they're rougher. Like we had where we lived, we had someone where constantly we had to call the cops on them and actually had interactions with them ourselves. I almost beat someone up. Max stopped me, but I came very close. She threatened to hit my mom. You don't threaten to hit my mama in front of me, I'm gonna come at you, okay? Like, but they were from one of those areas, and there was a shooting at our place because of them and everything, and they eventually got kicked out. you don't want more of that in these like small towns because it's just gonna get shitty. But like it sucks because you know that they build some of these things saying they're one thing, but they're gonna be meant for something else, and then they get busted on trying to do that thing, so then they have to do some other thing. All the freaking red tape bureaucracy bullshit. Wow, I actually said the word right. Max would be proud of me for saying that word. Don't ask me to say it again.
I mean, well, I mean, Maxine would be. I mean, Max would be really, would be really impressed with just how you've. I don't want to say you filled his shoes because like you've always had your own place, but like man, you've been making good points on the show, over the past
Thank you.
few months. Really. Um like I said, it's just it's unfortunate that we're still living in such a chaotic you know, time. Like 2026, not the best year I've had.
No, I'm gonna tell you it's crazy because I had someone when I went to the dentist they they asked me how my summer was going.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
It took everything in me not just to be like, I mean, not so bad. I mean, just lost my husband because he died, but that's all. But yeah, I mean, other than that, it's I got a tan. I was just trying so hard not to be a smartass because like I'm at the point where I use humor to deal with it. I mean, good Lord, I'm not even lying, dude. I will yell at the little urn of his ashes when I'm really pissed off about something that I have to deal with. That like I'm just like pissed off he's not there. That's just like there's a reason why he liked the way that like I looked at death and everything because like don't look at like other like most people do. I don't. I see the beauty in it. I don't like. Yeah, you're sad because you lose the person, but there's a beauty in knowing that they're at peace, that they're not in pain anymore, that they're wherever they thought that they were going to go, and if you believe in heaven, that they're with the other family members that you've lost, and you know that they're not alone and they're surrounded by people. If anything, you should feel sorry for us that are still stuck down here, dealing with all this shit. But then it
Yeah.
also just made me realize my entire summer, my kids' entire summer has just been dad died, and entire life just got like uprooted and changed. And it's just been like one thing after another. And now school's going to be starting next week. So I'm excited for that, but terrified too.
Yeah, I like I was saying before the show, like like I I have friends who are like legitimately sad that Dolly Parton passed. And same with like Tim Curry and like it's sad when anyone passes like that, especially like when they've if like their work means a lot to you. Um, but at the same time, like it's like, well, you know, like no one other than uh, other than our intimate circle is like doing, you know, tributes for Max. Like not that they should, but it's like man, like people get so like you know into like celebrity deaths, and it's like how many people have passed that were like good people that like no one is gonna know about, you know?
So so it's like I was saying when you mentioned that before, it's because you have now experienced that loss from someone that you were very close with, that you looked up to, and you did a lot with him. You know, you guys had like a career to say doing the show together. And so you're hit with that loss and you feel it a lot more deeply than you felt other things. So that when you see people that are complaining about a person that they've never met, all they've ever done is seen their movies and that's it, they're just an actor. You have like such that attachment and feeling from losing Max that you're just like, that's nothing. Why are you crying about that? And I get that, and that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I had that same experience and shocking moment for me. Now, I've lost people from the time that I was 7. My godmother, tons of aunts and uncles. I had lost 2 of my grandparents, but then I lost my dad. And when my dad died, it was in the beginning of 2020, right around that whole time of like 20 weeks or 2 weeks to stop the spread. No, he did not die from COVID. I always have to like say that. He had complications from CHF, which is congenital heart failure and complications with COPD. But when he passed, the George Floyd stuff was going on at the same exact time.
Oh,
And
yay.
so with my dad, we could not have a funeral. We couldn't have a wake. We couldn't do anything. We were allowed to have 5 people at the gravesite while we buried my dad's ashes. So it was me, Max, my mom, my uncle, and my grandmother. My grandfather was on FaceTime on my uncle's phone, and my great uncle, my dad's uncle, and my grandfather's brother literally had to stand on the other side of the cemetery basically and like just stand there and wait for like someone to leave for him to be able to go over. And that was really hard. We couldn't even have like a priest there, which is what my grandmother would have preferred because my dad was confirmed Catholic. So she actually just came up with her own thing and read, and it was Max was crying because like he was infuriated that we couldn't do anything for my dad because the amount of support and people that would have come out for my dad within our community would have been very big. And so it was very hard. And then we see George Floyd, and there's a parade, and there's a casket of like gold or covered in gold or whatever it is to look like gold. And his family
Yeah.
gets all this money and everything like that. And I'm like, I
Funny
couldn't
that.
even grieve my father properly, but that man got a parade. And then I knew other friends who had like their uncle die and had to go through the same thing. And I was like, I know exactly what you're going through. And so that changed the way I looked at other deaths. And I was just like, that's nothing. But over time, I was able to be like, yeah, but it means something to that person. So who am I to criticize them or make them feel bad for how they feel about that celebrity, even if I think that their reaction is over the top? I had a friend that sent me a picture of herself crying in her car because of Tim Curry. I didn't make fun of her. I comforted her the best way that I could and tried to like be like, hey, I understand because like Pennywise is gone. Because he is the OG Pennywise the Dancing Clown. He always will be. I loved Tim Curry. He was Nigel Thornberry. Come on. Like so many characters that he did. He was a part of my childhood. Yes, it is sad that he's gone because there were a lot of things that he did that I really enjoyed. But I'm not going to make fun of my friend because she has a more deeper connection to him as an actor or to the characters or voice acting or anything that he did. Oh my God, legend. Oh my
Yeah.
God, he was amazing in that movie as the demon. I'm not going to make fun of them though because like, I realize it's like, who am I to do that? That's like the same thing of like, like God saying like, don't judge anybody else because it's my responsibility to judge people, hate the sin, not the sin of that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like I should have that same mentality towards that. So I'm not a complete douchebag to somebody else because, hey, their feelings do matter. you know? And so I try not to make fun of people because I can understand to a certain degree.
Yeah, no, and
Enough to be nice.
yeah, no, and I'm not like saying that like, I'm not like making fun of people or anything like that. All I'm saying is like I did feel bad because like I did have a friend who was like clearly broken who was like broken up about it. And I just kind of told them I'm like, look, I feel bad for you, but like my grief quota has kind of like been filled for the year. Now, with that being said, like I have to say too, like I enjoyed Dolly Parton's music and I enjoyed Tim Curry, but like, you know, her music wasn't like in my regular rotation. Like one
I
celebrity,
liked her more for her acting. That's what I liked, her
yeah,
acting. I like Steel Magnolias, and honestly, I asked. I know it's Hannah Montana. I know it's Disney. I know it ain't nothing you guys are gonna know nothing about. Okay, but her being on that show was so fucking funny. She had me laughing. There was a scene where she's like pulling a bunch of shit out of her hair, including a cell phone, and it was just so. Oh my god, she was funny. And I also liked it that she never got political. And anytime people tried to get her to get political in her sweet little southern accent, she's like, you're not going to get me. I don't talk about that. That's right. I'm a role model, and that's why I know to keep my mouth shut. And I loved
yeah.
her for that. And it's just like, could every other celebrity please follow her and like do that? Because we would be much better off, because I don't think you celebrities realize that there are people that idolize you and take what you say like seriously and literally. And when you say some really dumb, stupid shit, like when you say to like 86 somebody online, everybody knows what that means, dude. Don't sit there and try to like, nitpick and like, well, I mean, what does it mean when you take it off a menu? Bitch, we know what it means. There are people that are going to take some of that shit seriously, and there are some people that are very mentally unwell and might actually try to do some of the dumb shit that you say. So it is better if you, as a celebrity, do as as Dolly did, and just not get political anywhere. You're entertainers.
Yeah.
Entertain. Like, I just wish they would learn that.
I also like the fact that she I also well, and that's the other thing too. It's like, yeah, it is sad, but also like she lived a full life too. And like,
She did. She was 80, and it was actually she was battling cancer, which they were
yeah.
keeping that private. But that she lost her battle with cancer, which I've lost so many family members to cancer. I understand that, and I mean I can understand that she was probably suffering from a bit of a broken heart. Penn informed me that her husband died last year, and then my mom informed me that her brother died last month.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's a lot for that poor that poor woman to be going through, you know. So it's just, you know what? This is whenever someone does that, like your friend who was very broken up about the thing that I like. My go-to thing to say is that's really sad, but at least you know they're not suffering anymore and they're actually resting in peace. And then I usually mention something of theirs that I know that we could then talk about and get them to reminisce instead of boo-hooing about it. Which that's so mean. I don't mean it like that, but
No, no,
you get what I'm saying. Like,
I to
that's
I
the
t
way I handle it.
yeah, I totally get what you mean by that. And I also told this person, like, you know, Dolly was married to the same, man for, 60 years. Like that's rare as it is anyway, but
Yeah,
like
I think Penn said that Dolly was 18 and her husband was 21 when they got together.
yeah, but like also like that's rare as it is, but like even more so in Hollywood and in the entertainment industry. Um like that's incredibly rare. Um, so props to props to her for that. Um,
So apparently, Craig is in the chat. He said, "I am here. I am here to say really dumb, stupid shit that will be taken literally." And then he said, "Ooh, we're talking about Tim Curry."
That's
well,
okay, Craig. We love you for it.
the the one thing I will say about Tim Curry too, I just learned recently he was supposed to play the Joker in Batman the Animated Series, and
Hmm.
there's actually like someone found like test footage of his voiceover, and I mean, as much as Mark Hamill is like a lefty, TDS, um, he did he did play a good Joker, and yeah, and Tim Curry comparatively, well, he tried to play Pennywise as the Joker, and it didn't
Hey,
quite. It,
that's fine, okay? They can keep the Joker, all right? We have Nigel Thornberry. Okay, that's wonderful. We have like the smog monster thing from Fern Gully, which sang a wonderful song. So, like, we're fine. We have wonderful things that he voice acted.
didn't didn't Tim Curry also well, I know he was in the Rocky Horror Picture Show, but wasn't he also I'm blanking on uh it was something related to Lord of the Rings, I think. But I could be not, and I'm the movie guy here too, so that sucks. Um oh yeah, Nexus.
Let's
Thank
see.
you.
Let's see. We have Rocky Horror Picture Show. It Clue the movie. I love that one too. Legend. Home Alone 2. Scary Movie 2. That was funny. Fern Gully, The Last Train for it. Forest. Annie. He played Rooster in that one. Muppet Treasure Island, which Core Mike and I were like reminiscing about on his stream because we were talking about it. Congo, and then he was in that Rocky Horror Picture Show they did with the drag queen. He just played the doctor in the wheelchair. And then he was also in The Three Musketeers, which is a movie that I watched with my dad, and I'm gonna have to watch that again because I really enjoyed that movie. Even though he's the bad guy in it, but he's really good at being bad guys, or
Yeah,
was.
he was. He's part of the reason why I'm terrified of clowns too.
He's the reason why I stopped being afraid of clowns and was able to watch horror movies without being scared all the time. Because as terrifying as his Pennywise was, it was also really, really funny. It's also like, so for Freddy Krueger, love Nightmare on Elm Street, have all the DVDs, think it's absolutely fantastic, would die if I got to meet Robert Englund because I think he's fantastic. I was terrified of Freddy at first until I saw the Disney Channel original movie Paper Brigade. And then I found out what he looked like underneath the makeup, and I went, oh. And then suddenly I wasn't scared of Freddy anymore, and I think he's hilarious, and I absolutely love him. So, yeah. I guess when I watch scary stuff, it just, in my mind, turns it around to not be scary.
That's kind of how I felt about uh Anthony Hopkins for a long time, because the first time I saw Silence of the Lambs, I was terrified of of Anthony Hopkins for good reason.
Hello, Terry.
And and then I saw I actually saw an interview with Anthony Hopkins, and he seems like a really sweet guy. So that turned things around with me on that. Also, Anthony Hopkins, for those who don't know, he is a classical music composer as well, and he just
It's
released.
cool what you learn about people.
Yeah, he just released his first album too last week at the age of 88.
Nice.
So, and I wouldn't say I'm a huge classical music fan, but I do like to listen to classical when I'm writing, and it's really good. Actually, his album is. So he's also Welsh, and I'm a little disappointed because I just found out that he got turned down to play a Bond villain back in the 90s. So that would have been fun.
You want to hear something funny?
Sure.
I have one instance where knowing who the character was, or I mean who the actor was, did not stop me from being terrified of the character I was watching. So you guys should obviously know who Hornswoggle is from
Yep.
WWE.
Yeah.
So he actually played the Leprechaun in the remake of the Leprechaun movie. Now
Yep.
it is not it's not the cute little dwarfy guy with the accent, his little hands coming through the phone. No, 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 no. This was like a demonic freaking orc
He was
from the
so good in
depths
that
of
movie.
hell. Oh, it was so terrifying. He would just ripped gold out of people, like belly button, tongue, fucking earring didn't matter. He saw the gold and he wanted it. The
Yeah.
way that he would crawl on the floor, dude, it was terrifying. And I had to keep telling myself, "That's Hornswoggle, that's Hornswoggle, that's Hornswoggle," but it didn't matter. He was so good, and whatever the makeup, whatever the prosthetics that they used on him. I don't know if any was CGI or anything, but like it was so good that I was just like terrified, and Max was laughing at me the entire time,
I'm
which is what he
sure.
usually did when we watch scary movies.
I'm sure he was. Also, quick status update. Jack Nicholson is still alive. By the way, because we were talking about dead celebrities, he's always when I have to check. But no, he is in fact still alive.
He's another one that played the Joker.
Yeah. He was also in the Shining.
Yes,
So.
he was. That was good.
Mhm.
I gotta say though, some of the treatment that Shelley, is it Shirley Duvall or Shelley Duvall? I don't know how to say her name correctly.
Shelley Duvall.
Um, yeah, some of the treatment that she got on that set wasn't really cool. Some of the terror was actually terror, and I feel kind of bad for her. But it turned out really good.
Yeah. Yeah. Acting. Well, it's not an easy craft. So, and it's made even harder when when people don't always treat you right. So,
Yeah,
um,
it's nice to know that there are some actors out there that like if they see like a director or production being rude to like female actors that like they will say something like you shouldn't talk to them like that or stuff. It's nice to know that there are still some chivalrous men out there that don't care if they get a dirty look if they hold a door. Like, that was one of Max's things. He hated that so much because he would always hold the door for someone, whether it was a guy or a woman. It didn't
Same.
matter. He was just polite and would hold the door, and he would get pissed when women would give him dirty looks. And I'm like, yeah, I know. They're always
Yeah.
complaining about, chivalry is dead, but they don't realize they're the ones that killed it.
You
Facts.
can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways, ladies. And that brings me to Tommy Lahren. I know more. Well. First off, Maxine,
I
do
know
you?
who she is. I know who
Oh,
she is, but
okay,
I don't know a lot about her.
okay. I wasn't sure if you knew, so I wanted to ask in case. So, so she's another one. She doesn't necessarily. How do I put this? I don't want to say that she support.
She's a right wing feminist.
Well, yeah, she is. She's a right wing feminist, and I don't want to say that she supports Lindsay Clancy. I don't want to misrepresent her in that way, but she made a really stupid tweet. Actually, let me see if I can find it because it is. I mean, rather than paraphrase, I'd rather just read what she says because it's a doozy. It really is. Okay. Yeah. So, let me see here.
So I think I'm gonna. You can find what you want to put. I'm just gonna read what I just found real quick. It says Tommy Lauren stated that people can hold Lindsay Clancy accountable for her crimes while also addressing and not dismissing the severe impact of postpartum depression. Tommy Lauren discussed the case on Fox News and social media, noting that it is irresponsible to completely dismiss postpartum mental health struggles, while co-hosts like Joey Jones argued that severe illness does not erase accountability for taking the lives of her children.
Which, I mean I think that's a pretty.
You want
That's
to
a
Yeah.
this postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis? Nobody dismisses it.
no.
Zero people. And she was a fucking delivery nurse.
Wait,
She worked with the people who help women go through this shit. If anybody on the planet would have been
Okay.
covered by the people who would have been able to help, it would have been her.
Well,
Yeah,
she.
that adds a whole new level to all of this, and yeah, even more so, just yeah,
And
nah,
Tommy
no,
Lauren is a
mm-mm.
stupid bitch.
Facts.
Yeah, she is. So I finally found the tweet. I know a lot of Republicans don't want to hear this, but the right is on the verge of making the same mistake with young women that the left did with young men. I know some of these women are fun to mock, and I get it. I do too. But
Oh
we
no,
have
accountability. Sorry.
but we have to do better if we want to bring them over to our side. If we totally alienate young women, we will not win elections. We have to find a way to appeal to them.
Do we want retards on our side though?
Well, I mean,
Well,
look, how
or
are
exactly.
you going to
maybe,
court
or
them?
maybe, or maybe we just repeal the 19th Amendment and we get rid of the problem altogether.
Yeah, so she's
You've
one
been
of the.
listening to Steve, haven't you?
No, that's just really like the conclusion I've come to on my own by seeing women act in this country and making me ashamed to be a woman because the things that they're doing are so disgraceful and they're showing how idiotic they are. And they want us to try and believe that a woman could run the president, which basically has the red button to make the entire world go boom boom when they have to throw ice into the freaking
you want to hear
shower
hot
because
flashes. You want to hear hot
yeah.
flashes,
So
Putin. I'll give you hot
So
flashes.
we're supposed to sit there and hope that you're not going to have a temper tantrum because you got PMS and your child's running around making a mess, that you're just going to like push the button and bomb a random country for no reason. No, you are proving the argument for people to make that joke an arguable fucking argument, dude. Stop doing stupid shit. You're making us look bad because you're acting like a bunch of retards. And I don't really like using that word, but damn it, you stop.
Well, and so
Now we gotta get Maxine to say the F slur.
I've
Wait,
already said it.
But I want to hear it
the
again.
F slur? You mean faggot?
Yeah, faggot.
What does she look like? Some kind of retard who can't say faggot?
No, that's Melanie Mac.
Okay.
yeah,
Hey, Max made a goal of trying not to say that word. I'm gonna try to uphold it. I've already messed up like once or twice, so I'm gonna try to uphold it now.
But I
Stop
approve
trying to
of it.
freaking beat me into it.
well,
But that's what I do.
well, but I also said I mean I've said fag on my own show multiple times.
You're
Also,
doing it now.
yeah, exactly.
The three or four of us have said it. Come on, Maxine. Peer pressure.
Also,
Yeah, Maxine, you don't want to be
Who's
some
the
kind of
big one,
retard
okay?
faggot who doesn't say faggot or retard.
Up your nose with a rubber hose, twice as far with a chocolate bar, okay? Suck on that.
Okay,
I
Boston.
mean, at least it would smell kind of good if it was a chocolate bar. I'm really not seeing the downside here.
Oh my God.
I mean, if I'm congested and I have a choice between like a Q-tip and a chocolate bar, I mean, there's a bit of a geometry problem
Why
involved.
did you say Q-tip? Wait, why did you say Q-tip? Why was that an option?
I mean, this is comedy 101. You go ahead and you add a small little detail that fucks it up even further every time you go through it. I mean, you thought I was done with a Q-tip. We haven't even gotten to the filing iron yet.
and oh boy, yeah, she's gotten ratioed. So
I hope so.
yeah, so Tommy Lahren is another like reason why.
Stupid bitch.
Well, she's stupid, but like also, I will say this, like, God rest Charlie Kirk's soul, but like both Tommy and Candace Owens, the reason why they're famous is because of him.
So it's
And
his fault.
yeah, so unfortunately, so when
Hold
people,
on a second. Hold on a second. If I'm to believe, like fourth hand now, the ramblings of a fat pig in Mexico, she got her start on a certain podcast that disappeared.
well, which podcast is that? Oh,
Well,
on
nobody knows or remembers. But Tommy Lauren, with it's funny that you put her in the same category as Candace Owens.
well, yes,
God,
literally.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Hey,
Well, yeah,
hey,
they were literally both at turning point around the same time.
God, you're right.
And
okay, no, I gotta step away for a few minutes. I gotta make sure the kid goes to bed, so I will be back in a few minutes.
Be sure to use the Rohypnol.
yeah,
Don't do that, please.
what
Oh yeah, because I'm really gonna take that seriously. I'm not even gonna comment on that.
That was not for you to hear. That was for whoever else is listening hours later.
what
Okay, well yeah, please anybody don't listen to that or do that, please.
Lawyer
whatever
disclaimer: don't be that asshole.
whatever you do, do not take your kid down to the basement.
I mean, what if it's like a little bit too warm that night and you want to get some of that nice earthy coolness?
Well, I mean, it is still August.
You know, go down there, play a little Command and Conquer, watch the Rocky Horror Picture Show, get the full Tim Curry experience.
Yeah. But yeah, no. Yeah, no. So when people ask me like what my big gripe with Charlie Kirk was, it wasn't necessarily that I thought any of his policies were like bad or anything. My biggest criticism of Charlie Kirk was that more than once he had really shit people around him and was too trusting of some people who were sus. And I think, Candace
What you're
is
hearing, folks, is Sam subtly suggesting it should have been me.
I mean I mean I mean I I mean I mean you I mean you
You're not wrong.
I mean you're not wrong. I've been very public about like I did try and the couple of times I did talk to him in like group chats and one-on-one
Yeah.
private. I did try I did in fact try to warn him that that something seemed off about Candace because apparently
Don't trust that evil bitch.
apparently he wasn't aware of the project
Oh, social autopsy?
yeah
Yeah.
he wasn't see
That wasn't very popularly disseminated, nor was her wonderful court cases before that.
yeah no I know and that's what I'm saying like had people at Turning Point like in the early days been a
Have they
little more
listened to gamers, you know?
yeah had they listened
Gamers rise up.
had they listened to the culture war guys like me and the other gamers a little more early on, a lot of shit could have been avoided. That's all I'll say. Because yeah, like because Candace was on the left and
Never
well,
left it.
more and more I'm convinced that she never left, honestly. She even like I've said, like I'm not a huge fan of Andrew Wilson, but my God, when your whole argument
I was
against
impressed.
when
I
your
liked
whole
it.
when your whole argument against when your whole argument against him is well, I feel and I think so. Therefore, it's like okay,
My favorite line in that whole screed was that she has a lot of evidence that she can think. And he immediately picked up on it and said, yes, you're allowed to. Yes, we can all see that you can think.
Show us the evidence.
Look,
yeah,
I've got my gripes with some of his behavior, which it is what it is. He's his own guy; he can do whatever the hell he wants. But I thought that the biggest thing he did in that debate was stay on point to the point that he could, and then not take any of her bait and just let her spurg out.
yeah, that was literally all he had to do.
When you're definitely correct, is give them enough rope to hang themselves, and they will do it happily.
Facts.
Yeah.
It's just wow.
Now, Craig, I feel like
But he does like to hear himself talk.
I feel like people owe Jews a big apology for the stereotype of being sales shysters too, because holy shit, Patrick Pitt David is
Oh, come on, he's just an Iranian. He's the right kind of Iranian too. He's not the Arab invader.
well, yeah, I agree on that, but like holy shit, I
I
did
thought
not.
he did a brilliant job of just letting shit go.
I
That is the best type of moderation, is the hands off kind, when You have one party who's able to maintain control, and the other party is the problem.
I agree, but he also has done a little too much like fence sitting on that on because now he's doing the whole thing of, well, who won? Well, they both won because
Well, she won because she got him to show up in her house on her terms and stick to her hours. Like, it was basically entirely at her dictum. She was just greedy enough to go after the 300 grand and think that she was going to look good at the end anyway. Like, like, when I say Candace Owens is stupid, I mean, look, most people with an IQ above room temp, so it takes like what,
Yeah.
about an IQ of 80 for you to have to be able to construct a model of someone else's mind in your mind, to be able to consider someone else's position without internalizing it as your own necessarily.
oh yeah, no,
And she is on the cusp. She constructs an incorrect model and inserts herself into it. She's almost there.
I mean, I will say this: she's talented. The fact that she's like made millions of dollars out
Oh
of
no,
like,
she's absolutely good at her craft, which is bullshitting. Until she comes up against someone who actually says, "Hey, so about all that bullshit," and then she just comes unglued.
right?
I mean, the thing that I think I mentioned it, on here before that the thing happened. The thing I was worried about was that she was going to like go after his wife, and that he would come apart, as he kind of has a tendency to go overprotective, and he just kind of loses sight of the objective when she comes up and the kids come up. But like that, I guess that was a gentleman's agreement.
Immediately go red when that happens.
Well, honestly,
she just like collapsed.
honestly, Craig, it's interesting that you bring that up because actually the reverse happened because when Andrew asked her why do you think Erica Kirk murdered Charlie, or what evidence do you have that Erica was complicit? Candace
Yeah.
was like, oh, I'm not gonna talk about that. I can't.
Yeah, she remembered that meeting she had with Erica, where she was in fact told to stop after saying, "If she says stop, I'll stop." And then, of course, she didn't stop. And
Yeah.
then, now, what I wish he would have hammered down on, and he tried to at first, was complicit in what? You complicit
Yeah.
in what? She was complicit. Okay, well, complicit in what? And her husband died in front of her kid. Was that her plan?
Her whole argument, and Maxine we brought this up earlier in the show. Her whole argument is basically that Erica is too dumb to run Turning Point USA.
Of course, she said herself in
Yeah.
confidence, I guess, that if she wasn't considered, she'd burn the whole thing down.
Well,
Good luck, I guess.
Simultaneously, Erica Kirk. So she's too dumb to run Turning Point, but she's also a mega
She's the
genius
mastermind.
who orchestrated her. It's like, okay, like pick a it's like
pick a struggle, lady. Yeah.
Yeah.
But she wants to use all of the struggles.
Well, look, in the context of the Harpies going after, trying to defend a child murderer, topical. Candace is the kind of woman who collects the whole tarot deck.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well. Also, Max also like did correctly predict that Candace would find a new audience in the true crime, like
of course,
obsessed like wine mom.
Yeah, they're not hard to please.
Demographic.
Most of them have issues. It's like it's not it's like the wine. The wine is a convenient excuse to ignore the biology at play. The fact that most of them have instead of 46 chromosomes, I don't know the rest of the set.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised that I'm honestly surprised that a certain pig down in Mexico hasn't leaned into the wine mom demographic more
I mean,
more
who's to say?
too.
Nobody pays attention to him anymore. He could very well, he could very well be sitting there talking about, yeah, and then he came in the room, said, "I got you, bish." Trust no bish.
he would
I mean,
be
maybe he's finally caught up on. Like last I checked, he was falling so far behind in child support payments, he's going to lose his passport. But I don't, maybe he's rectified the situation.
oh no, that would be horrendous if he
I
lost
mean,
his
frankly, I
passport.
think Mexico can keep him. I think we should just revoke his citizenship and be done with it.
Oh yeah,
It's not like he can vote. He's a felon. Why the fuck do we need him? Dead weight.
li- literally. Well, that's the other thing is Steve was like
Uh-huh.
we should send our reprobates to Africa. I
Well, somewhere.
well
They have plenty of countries nobody gives a fuck about, and nobody wants to give a fuck about.
well
And this would be a
Africa
way of enriching them
well
and bringing them
Africa
into the plane of countries we give a fuck about.
well Africa is too far away. I think we should just like I think if I think if Mexico wants to dump their undesirables here, we should just, turn them out as fair play. We should dump our undesirables.
I think we need to go a step further. You know how between France and Spain there's Luxembourg, and nobody knows how the fuck it happened? I think we need
Yeah.
to repeat that process here somehow and make like a rejected state of the United States and Mexico. We can make it just like a little postage stamp about the size of your average landfill and just pile in the undesirables until they're stacked like 3 or 4 high up the side of a fence. And then, we'll see what happens. I don't know,
S-
just keep putting them in there, and then whatever effluvia pours out the bottom we'll use to fertilize a field somewhere.
So what country so what would that be? Like
I
I
don't know.
what
Like take a like. I mean, Texas has a lot of land. They won't miss like a few square miles. And then Mexico's got tons of border with Texas. We'll just take the same off the other side. They can
that
just
that
point the NGO caravans directly into the meat grinder.
yeah, that's true.
I mean, I don't wish harm on people, but if someone's coming to harm me, I will fucking harm them. And this basically counts in the same way. If they're sending in people to invade the country and fuck it up, we can just redirect the stream into where it's supposed to be, or send them back. We can offer them the choice: hop the fence or go home.
Yeah, I think that's very fair.
I mean, the fact that we covered on the podcast we do with Evan and Steve is it's gone past a question of if the children and women are raped on the way up to the border to a question of how many times. Because it's more than one on average.
Yeah.
Like,
That
it
that
is now a 100% certainty that the children and women who are transited by NGO sponsored coyotes from the bottom to the top of Mexico, they will be raped and sexually assaulted. Like, these are now statistical certainties. It's just how many times that happens now. It's the situation with Roblox or Catholic churches in the 80s. You put the vulnerable people in a situation where they're going to be vulnerable, and the predators will show up. Always. And if you don't have anybody there to protect them, they will be predated upon. I mean, in nature, otherwise, you'd say, well, you don't blame the predator. They're there, like a coyote's got to eat. They're going to go after the chickens. But you can still shoot the fucking coyote if it's eating your chickens.
Facts.
And in this case, they're humans, so we should 100% hold them responsible. And I think in this situation, with the severity of this kind of crime, just like the coyote eat your chickens, you can just shoot them.
Totally.
Well, anyway,
Yeah.
morbid topic. Back to Candace Owens losing horribly.
Well, I mean, she's also, I mean, she is going the Ralph, route as far as like trying to dox people too, and whatnot. Like,
good for her. And
apparently 92 people who are defending Erica Kirk are like a big threat to Candace now. So
look,
also,
the way you handle someone like this is you make sure to correct the record. You say, that's not my address, this is my address. And provide a random federal building. You can make it obvious, which is usually how I do it because it's funnier. And I just use like the address of the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C. But you can pick like a random ag office.
And I actually got a few things to say. It's funny what Craig said, because I instantly thought of that George Carlin skit or whatever, about him talking about picking one of the square states and just putting all the troubled people in there, and then like also like
and
taking you to watch it.
Yeah.
It very
the
much
full-blown wackaloons.
Yeah, it very much that I got those vibes. And then like you mentioning the coyote thing. One, it is very funny how a lot of women have no idea what coyotes are and don't know that they are actually like that's what the men that take the women and children across the borders are called. They are called coyotes. When someone is mentioning coyotes raping women and children, they're not talking about the dogs, you dumb fuck.
Right?
They're talking about the
Really?
men
Like,
that are
it's
dragging
amazing.
women and children across the fucking desert and shit and raping them and doing horrible things to bring them here and usually sending them up for sex trafficking. And then I also thought there was this clip of this woman who used to be a liberal, and she was all about like she would be like, "Oh, I don't want to hurt the animals because we're on their land and blah blah blah." And then she goes, and then she went, "Then I had a kid, and as soon as I had a kid, I became very conservative and went, I need to have
Mama
a gun
bear.
because now it's not just like it's just a dog in our yard. Now that is an animal that will take my child, kill it, and run away with it, and I will never see it again." So she was like, I need a gun. And it's like, yeah, for the women that when they become mothers, common sense finally knocks into their head, and they're like, oh, we actually do need those things to protect us. And like, yeah, that is just an animal, and people are more important than animals. Yeah, you're right. And oh, gee, what do you know? Life starts at conception. Just saying.
Well, here's actually, I think, a more philosophically fluid take on that will serve you well. None of the cells involved in conception are dead. Life, and this is partly a little Carlinism there. Life began 4 billion years ago, and it hasn't stopped since. None of the cells involved are dead. It just happens that you're creating an independent life form when those two cells meet. It is third party, inherently. It's got its own DNA. Half of it happens to be yours. I guess the
Okay.
thing that pisses me off about the whole "my body, my choice" thing. Well, what about their choice? It's their body. I mean, you can
Yeah,
evict them, I
exactly.
guess,
So,
but like, what the fuck?
so Dr. Craig, because you are a doctor, my question to you, so that we can help educate these idiotic women, please explain to them why a fetus is not the same thing as a parasite.
Because fetus is Latin for baby. Get the fuck over it.
Boom.
There you go. There you go.
I mean,
All
I
right.
mean, look
Yeah.
at it. Zygote, fetus, infant, toddler, child. We have so many different words
Yeah.
for
They're all
offspring.
terms for humans.
We have so many fucking words for the same creature at different stages of development. And so if they want to say a fetus is different from a baby, I will say fine. That fetus, which is Latin for baby, is still the offspring of the parents, which covers from conception to death. It is your offspring. If you want to kill your offspring, I mean, to a certain extent, there is a place where you can kind of say, it's their choice. I wish they wouldn't. I mean, I'm not going to go out of my way to go up to an abortion clinic and chastise these women and fuck with them when their heads already scrambled eggs. That's cruel. But what I'm also not going to do afterwards is shy away from the fact that they murdered their kid. And I won't even necessarily say I'll go so far as to say murder. They killed their kid. And that sucks. Like, that is a genuine tragedy. Like, I know people who've gone that route, men and women involved. And it's horrible what it does to people. It is truly traumatizing in a horrific manner. Like, it is,
Yeah. Can
it is, I would
can I
say,
can I
as bad as having a kid and losing it after birth.
Yeah, can I just explain that for a second for people that don't know, because I've looked into it and I know. So the typical standard abortion is a 2-day procedure abortion, and it's where you usually, I think it's typically you take 2 different pills. And
Yes, thereabouts.
so essentially what the pills do is, yes, they kill the baby, and then they force you into labor. So you go into labor and you pass out everything. So
Yep.
you are in your bathroom. Women usually explain it as excruciating pain, curled up in the fetal position,
You
covered
get the
in sweat.
cramps,
And there's just
so to
blood.
speak.
There's blood coming out. There are chunks of the fetus, of the baby coming out. It's clots, everything, and you bleed for a long time, and you're alone to deal with this by yourself, not in a hospital setting, by
This is the
yourself. And
earlier.
yes,
This is
some
first
women
trimester stuff.
hemorrhage. Yes, some women hemorrhage and die. And then when you're going further on, when you're having the abortion, okay, let's go. So first of all, they take a syringe and they stick it into the baby's spine, and I don't know the fluid that they use, but basically, it burns you from the inside out. It's basically the same stuff that they use to kill people with the death penalty. That shit.
So
And
there's a
then they.
variety of different ones that they could use. Typically, what you're going to see is that they're going to. So
Mhm.
actually, there was just a mistake at a hospital recently where they said "oops" afterwards, which was so nice of them. Potassium chloride causes cardiac arrest. It doesn't
Yeah,
burn you
so
from
they
the
give the
inside or
baby
anything
a
like that.
heart
It's
attack, so they
basically
die.
salt water for people who have a potassium deficiency, if you will.
Yeah. So basically,
So
whatever it is,
yeah,
they will inject that whatever chemical into the baby to kill them, and then
and it does.
basically
Yeah.
it's like a long pair of tweezers that have like teeth on them, and then they systematically go in and tear the baby apart. Which, by the way, the baby can still feel it at this point. That's why they struggle, is because the baby is struggling, as they
Part of it.
systematically tear the baby apart, and then the final thing is to crush the skull and take the skull out. That's what an abortion is. And there are some, yes, where it's like, yeah, like they're sucked out or vacuumed out. The thing is, it's the same
There's a
thing. The
variety
baby
of
gets torn
procedures,
apart.
and they're all
Yeah.
horrific. Is the problem.
The
Here's the thing:
the end result is a
it's not going
baby
to be
gets
a nice
ripped
way to do it.
apart and dies. No, there's unfortunately there's no nice way to talk about abortion. Now, here's the thing that I will say. I do not agree with the people that stand outside the abortion clinics with the pictures of the aborted babies and stuff like that, because there are children that are driving by and around, and they don't need to see that, and then end up having a conversation with their parents that they are too young to be having in the first place. I
Mommy,
think
what's a
that is
fetus?
too much.
Mommy, what's a fetus? Mommy, I'm 5 years old. What's a
Why is
fetus?
it like that? Like, yeah, it's just like, I
Well, you see,
understand
when
what you're
mommy and
trying
daddy
to
loved each
do.
other very much, the stork came by and railed your mom without daddy knowing.
Oh, Jesus, Craig. Like, I get what they're trying to do, but like scaring people or shocking people like that doesn't always work. So like I could understand if someone wanted to like pass like something to say not to have those explicit signs there, but to fucking write and pass a law that basically it's targeted at Christians that you'll get arrested for praying outside of an abortion clinic is absolutely
Oh, dude,
insanity.
that one in
And
England
I,
was
I, I
gross.
question whether it's constitutional.
Well, so there's the this kind of gets conflated on both sides of the pond, as it were. There's people who have been arrested in England for silently praying, and the worst part of that was the one where there was a family that lived within the boundary of whatever radius they had around the clinic where you weren't allowed to do that shit, and their house was within that boundary, and they had to ask the fun question: what if we're inside our house and we are praying silently for these children? And they're basically told you have to keep the curtains closed because if they can see you, then it's illegal, which is bullshit.
But there's no attack on Christianity, guys. Christians aren't under
Again,
attack.
again, like you
No,
can scope it, you can
I
scope
had
it
a
out
friend of
further. It's
mine tell me
anybody
that.
silently praying. It's scope it out even further. It's anyone silently praying. Even if you're a fucking atheist and you're convinced there's no God and that the physical and the natural is all there is, if you silently give a prayer, a hope of consolation that maybe this person won't murder their kid, you're still within the dragnet of that law.
Yeah.
That's insane. That is so insane.
That's
That's
any
like
of the
thought
8 billion people on
pollution
the
to the
planet.
next level.
Right. So that's Ireland where that happened. In the United States, there's ongoing stuff in courts about that, I think. And it's it's a West Coast bullshit kind of thing. I don't understand, like, so there's a conversation to be had up until, like, say the heartbeat or whatever. You can have those kind of conversations. I think that elective is completely out the window. I think that part's completely demonic. But like, when it comes to the big three, everyone's kind of on the same page for the say the first third of the pregnancy, like thereabouts. People have a line that they hold as hard line. Most people aren't going to say, well, a woman who got raped by her brother shouldn't have to be forced to carry the kid to term. I
Yeah.
can
So
respect that.
so my
And
thing
then
is,
and then say it has Down syndrome on top of that, or it's autistic, and she'd be the sole carer. Like, I can understand medical necessity, rape, and incest. Those are the big three, and just about everyone's on board.
Well,
There's some point
yeah.
between 0 days and 0 weeks and, like, say 20 weeks, somewhere inside there, people might be able to kind of look the other way and have a moral gray area.
Honestly, the
But
way that
I
I
also
look at
see
it,
people who have, like, who
Craig, will you
are
shut up and let
aggressively.
me talk, please?
Yes, Max.
Thank you, Maxine. Yes, I freaking just like channeled my husband. Damn. The
I
way that I look at it is, Mort, I swear.
had to do it.
The way I swear to God, dude, y'all are pushing me. The way I look at it is like,
Love
truly,
you.
I hate abortion. I wish it didn't exist. I wish women didn't have to get it. I do understand that I always understood that there are circumstances where making that decision, one is a tough decision, but sometimes one that a woman might have to make, like for the incidences that you're talking about. Um, so I don't agree with people saying 8 weeks should be the cutoff because there are some women that don't even find out that they are pregnant until 8 weeks. 12 to 15 weeks where I still don't like it. I would rather be closer to 12. I am less like ugh about 20 weeks. Absolutely fucking not. That's 5 months pregnant.
Right.
I don't like that at all. I feel that, like, if you want to come up with something reasonable, I think 12 weeks is a reasonable number to put it at, to have it as like how far you can go. I also just want to point out that rapes, incest and stuff like that is like 1% of abortions that happen a
Less.
year. And
Unfortunately,
also,
now
yes,
less.
and also procedures that are done because, like, let's say that it's a condition where the baby doesn't develop a brain, or they're not developing lungs, or a fallopian tube pregnancy. I know what it's fucking called, and the name is
Ectopic.
escaping me. Ectopic pregnancy. Those are not considered abortions. Like, I know that it's very confusing with the text if people look for the text, but that is not considered an abortion. It's actually a different type of procedure. So, like,
So
those don't
D&C is
count
done after
into, like,
abortions and that
exactly.
both. So one of them is called a spontaneous abortion. The other one is an induced abortion. So minor family history on my end. I would have had 2 older brothers had my mother not had a miscarriage between the 2 of us. And that was brought up before. Someone said, because they were an asshole, how was your abortion? And had I been there at my age now and heard that from a person saying that to her, I would have decked them, because that would be really cruel.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is that a miscarriage in no way, shape, or form is the same thing as an abortion. And if you are the type of person to shame a woman for having a miscarriage, which, by the way, I'm one of those women. Thank you very fucking much. You are an evil, vile piece of fucking shit. Because a
So
miscarriage is literally when it's just not viable. Something is other wrong with the fetus, with the body. It didn't attach right. Something is wrong, and your body spontaneously just vacates that from your body, and there's
you said the
nothing
right
you can
word.
do about it. Sometimes you don't know how it, like, when it happened, how it happened. Nothing. All you know is that the baby that you wanted is fucking gone. An
So you,
abortion, you're going in there because you don't want the responsibility, and you're getting rid of a life, bitch.
so you said the correct word there, which is spontaneous. And this is one of those word evolution things. So kind of like you hear Marxists today will just talk about racism instead of the phrase systemic racism. They just conflate the two outright and then insist that the definition of the one covers the other.
Yep.
Right.
That's an artificial evolution of a word's meaning, of the etymology of the word. In this case, there was a bit of a natural one. A spontaneous abortion is the medical term for a miscarriage. It is an abortion. It's just not what we call an
Yeah,
abortion these days, because every abortion people
exactly.
talk about is induced.
That's why I say I know that it's very complicated, and, like, it's hard to wrap your mind around it when you read, like, if you go and you read up the medical stuff on it. But it's like, it's not the same thing. It's just, I hate it when, like, that happens, when words
Yeah,
get
it's
all
absolutely not the
fumbled
same
like that.
thing.
It's not the same thing. Exactly. And I wish people
It's
would understand
spontaneous.
that.
So the phrasing is, and I can't remember the earlier phrasing, but before there was a dissociation away, so like the science kind of left away from the religious root of it. Well before modern medicine, there was a different way of saying it. In spontaneous, basically, the word that was used, basically act of God. You know, that was kind of the way it was looked at before. Then it's spontaneous because, and it could be spontaneous for cause. So there was an underlying medical condition, or it could be what the hell is it called? Idiopathic. So there's no known underlying cause, or it's just a natural thing. So 80% of pregnancies, by the way, 80% of them are flushed right on through out the vagina. They just don't happen. They never implant on the uterine wall, and that's just the nature of the species. That's humanity. We get rid of 80%, 4/5 of viable zygotes do not implant in the uterine wall. They never become a fetus.
Right.
And then there's a variety of things that happen after that to that 20%, where another, say 10% go away. And that's terrible, but we survive pretty damn well because it's really easy to make a zygote. It's a high success rate scenario. So the spontaneous abortion thing, like even a failure to implant would be called a spontaneous abortion. But we don't track those, and we don't hold funerals for them. We don't even know they happen for the most part because we rely on a test to tell us whether or not a pregnancy has happened, and that requires implantation and hormonal changes to detect. So, like, if for the people who want to have a bleeding heart for every lost life, every lost human life, they are almost, in my mind, akin to a Janist. Uh, the extreme pacifists, the Jains, where they put cheesecloth over their water to make sure they don't accidentally drink a bug. So,
Right.
like, there's layers to this, and there's practical levels to this. Just how many lost human lives are you going to suffer personally for? Or are you going to accept that nature has its course and you can only be responsible and upset about the things that are within your control? And that's part of the. It's the same thing with the fucking trial going on right now, the Lindsay Clancy. Like, these people are all like, they hive-minded. They are convinced that people don't care about their personal depression issues because this bitch killed her kids, and people are upset about it. Like,
Well,
they're clinging to the relevancy that they can because it impacts them personally in some way, and it's out of their control. So they're still getting upset about it, and they're going to remain upset until they realize it's not their control, not their life, and these people don't give a shit about them because they're not within their life. They're well outside the sphere
And
of giving a shit.
And that's exactly why I said that's the only smart thing about the defense is that that's how they did it because they knew that this would spark this kind of reaction, or I think they at least assumed that it would spark this kind of reaction. And it deters away from the fact that she murdered the children to just focus on that stuff because honestly, there are some women that are still trying to say that Patrick Clancy is the one that actually killed the kids. And it's like, did you guys not pay
Amazing.
attention to the part where she pled guilty? They are not saying she didn't do it. They are saying, yes, she did it. And then if you bring that up to him, like, well, then he should have noticed everything that she was going through. And I'm like, dude, he hired nannies for her. He,
He took
worked
a
from
remote
home to
job.
be there. Yeah,
Like,
he made sure that she saw doctors. He made sure that she got what she needed. What are you talking about? You're
crazy.
talking out of your ass because you want responsibility to be on anybody else but her, and that's exactly where it needs to be. And I am so like, look, do we need to have a talk about the mental health system and how people are failed and people are over medicated? Yeah, that's a conversation that needs to happen. That's not a conversation we need to have right now. The conversation we need to have right now was she mentally, like, was she completely out of it? Was she really going through the psychosis when it happened or not? I don't believe that she was. And then you determine, okay, well, then she has to be held legally liable because we don't believe that she was crazy. And then we determine how long she goes to jail for. And then after that, you want to bring up conversations about mental health and how it failed her and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, sure, that's fine. But we're forgetting that there were 3 innocent children that lost their lives and a father that is grieving and being attacked and having slanderous things said about him still to this day, 3 years after it happened, when he is doing charity work and trying to do nice, good things in the world after having one of the most horrific things happen to him. Like, what the fuck, dude?
I saw a
I
woman today say that he isn't the victim of the murders. That I saw that today. Was some woman
yes,
tried to
he is
argue
one of the victims,
that
just a different
only the
type of
kids.
victim.
She tried to argue that only the kids are the victim of the murder. Like, that there are women out there who only see men as an accessory to a motherhood. Like, that they
yeah.
are not involved. Like, for some fucking, like, that they're a sticker that's on the wall when the kids are in the house.
Well, this is another problem that I have with the whole dating app culture out there. out
Yeah,
there.
it's
Well,
Tinder's fault.
well, a friend of mine, a friend of mine, well, no, a friend of mine put it like very, very well. He said, Tinder for men is like a is like an impossible job interview, right? Whereas for women,
That's every
Tinder
date.
Tinder is basically like a
Well,
shopping.
every first date. Say.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
that brings up a slight aside. I think you'll appreciate too. That I think Maxine will probably also appreciate, given her adventures with Max. One of the things that actually a physics teacher of mine in high school told us as a class, just incidentally, because he was talking about going on a date with his wife that weekend, and he said, "Never stop dating your wife. Never stop dating the woman you end up with, or the spouse you end up with, because talking to the woman, the ladies in the class too, because the person you date is the person you fell in love with. So keep dating them. You don't like it's it all it. What is it to go on a date? It's to go and enjoy time with someone that you love. Why would you avoid that?
right.
So it was one of those things. A little bit of positive advice to throw in the background of this clusterfuck of gobbledygook here.
Well, no, but
Yeah, and I mean, here's an example of like a good example of like a date, right? Because Max and I did that. We had that kind of mentality, and so we would do little date things. And one of the date things would be when our son was with my mom. We would go on walks, to the store, to the pot shop, wherever. We would go on walks, and we would spend that time together talking. We would look at nature, look at the clouds, the sky. Like we would just it was just a time for us to be together and talk like we used to do, and little things like that, like, yeah, they're important. And a cute thing is, so Max talked about this before, before we even actually officially started dating, he walked like, god, 20 some odd miles to come and see me, and he had picked this one wildflower and carried it the whole way in his bag to bring it to me. And this is a sweet thing that he kind of taught our son. So um, every time that he would go walk to pick him up from school and bring him home, my son would just have this handful of like dandelions or these little purple flowers, any flowers that he could find, and he would bring it home for mom. And it's like, yeah, the dates are important, but also like teaching your kids to do little sweet things like that for their
Oh yeah,
mom just because, like you did, is really sweet too, and helps the boys learn to do that with the women that they find, and you can help teach good lessons to keep creating good young men for our society, and not the freaking white knight simps that we have that don't know what gender they are.
milady, ma'am, wait, no, sir, they them, it.
It is, ma'am. Like that one still fucking cracks me up at the fucking GameStop. Oh my god, so hilarious.
It was
that
great.
that that will just never die,
That poor
nor should
guy
it.
was on so much drugs, like meth and cocaine. He's apparently was like they did an interview with him, of course, because why the fuck wouldn't you? Apparently he was like fresh out of rehab for I think meth or something, and he was still strung out, and just like like when so I can actually understand like if there's like a little if you're really fucked, like you're just done with the day and you're done with everything, you just want to be home sleeping, and you got some stupid shit you got to do, and the clerk just gives you a hint of attitude, like, and not even like real attitude, like just perceived. And you might have a moment of weakness where you say some really stupid shit. That's what I think this guy went through. But he's also a true. It's ma'am.
And that's the funniest part. Is like, how can you not laugh when those words are said with that voice, looking at that person? I mean, you can't not laugh.
Or the other one is, you want to see a man, I'll show you a man.
I thought you were a
Okay,
woman.
okay,
You don't even
Fiona.
know.
My
Okay, Lilith.
my my favorite one of my favorite Max moments from the end of last year. Some of you might remember this, but some troon started a petition online to get Silence of the Lambs, like, I think it was either banned or like heavily edited, and the reason being was because they didn't like the connotation of Buffalo Bill
Uh-huh.
being trans and a serial killer.
Yeah.
So I
Oh my god, I heard about that.
so I so
Yeah.
I so I try so I tried to explain it to Max, and before I even got to explain it, he's like, "Let me guess. It's because Buffalo Bill is trans, and they don't like the fact that people see them as potential serial killers and monsters, because
Well, if
that's
they
how I
weren't
feel.
killing so many people
Yeah,
serially.
because that's how I feel about a lot of them, especially.
So, okay, so my question is, does that mean that they're gonna try to get Insidious banned too? Because the
Probably.
ghost in that is a guy dressed up like a woman. So are we gonna try to get rid of Insidious too, which is a movie about like ghosts and demons and shit and like astral projection? Are we really gonna go that cuckoo bananas?
So topical.
Probably,
Topical. I think a couple times now basically said. Actually, no, it was because I was talking to my mother this morning, and I said it to her. Then I ended up saying it in a post on X that Lindsay Clancy is a Hannibal Lecter. My mother kind of, said, "Oh, Craig, stop." Oh, please. I was like, "Nah, she's fucking nuts. She's a murderer." Like, cause look, I finally got to the I bothered to look at a summary of the toxicology report that was testified to by the toxicologist, the forensic stuff that went through, and like it really looks that coupled with with the testimony of her own fucking lawyer. Sorry, not testimony. The admission of her own fucking lawyer that she crushed up the pills in her lemonade. That coupled with the doses, the concentrations of things in her blood, it looks like she tried to kill herself. And she was on medicine that she should have been weaned off of well enough prior for it to not be anywhere near the dose concentration, the blood concentration that she was at. Like just the antipsychotic she was on, um, like that. What the hell is it called? It's the one that started with a Q. Anyway, that was like double the therapeutic dose, the max therapeutic dose. Now it wasn't toxic, but like this is at the time of collection, mind you. So like it's had time to die off a bit. So what it seems like is she just took whatever she had left of that. And then there's the diazepam, which is short acting, the lorazepam, which is longer acting. Those were within therapeutic ranges, but like the short acting one, there's a sequence of metabolites that are produced, which for diazepam, which are pharmacologically active, and like the big one of the sequence was the primary metabolite. So the first one that comes after you've ingested it and it's gone through the liver for first pass. Diazepam lasts, so oral administration. It's basically it's in you about 30 minutes in, 15 to 30 minutes in, you have your dose inside you. Kind of like with alcohol, it takes a little bit of time for it to actually absorb. Same idea.
Uh-huh.
So then you go through first pass metabolism. So the first round, first orbit through your body in the blood, it passes your liver. You have heavy attrition there, and you produce a bunch of primary metabolite. So it couldn't have been inside her system for terribly long for them to see largely primary metabolite as the azepam constellation. The spectrum of stuff that it turns into. It was mostly the stuff that happens first. So like if that stuff is short acting, like lasts maybe an hour or so, um, that means she took it relatively shortly before her blood was taken, as the sample was taken. So like it looks like she, either before or after offing her kids, which would have taken minutes to do, mind you, per kid, 5 to 10 minutes each. Like before or after that, she crushed up her pills in her lemonade and drank it. Then tried to kill herself, and then failed. I don't know. I guess
How does that?
I also want to bring up the fact that someone actually pointed this out in a video that I saw, that I guess there was blood. Assuming she might have tried to slit her wrist. The important fact is that so she claims that she dove out of the window, but when her husband found her, she was laying flat on her back, looking up at the window. And if you they say that the room was had her blood in it. If you look at the outside of the window, there's smears of blood on the window that look like transparent, as if someone might have slowly lowered themselves down from the window and then let themselves fall.
That's possible. She just kind of lost her nerve.
Yeah, there's a lot of evidence that could prove that she didn't have true intention to kill herself, and that it seems like it was just to get rid of him.
With suicide, this is the thing with suicide. Women try it more, but men are better at it. She probably fully intended to kill herself and then chickened out, because most of the time when women try to commit suicide, it is an attempt to get help. But the vast majority of women who do try suicide and are not seeking help still chicken out of it, because dying hurts. With few exceptions, dying is not comfortable. And it'll snap a person who's not committed to it out of doing the action. A man who goes and tries to kill himself, the vast majority of the time, they're so fucking done with life that the pain does not matter. They are goal oriented at that point. Like that is something like men will just tough it out. It's just the way it is. And it doesn't mean men are stronger or women are weaker or any other shit. Like this is killing yourself. This is a very severe action. If you're zonked out of it enough where you are just done and you're going to kill yourself, then you're going to kill yourself. But if you have a doubt, or you have a party that's crying out, hey, don't do this, or if there's a party that's distracted, say by killing your kids and processing what you just did, it's very easy to get distracted from the task and lose the focus that is required to just kill yourself. Because this is the same, so women will take a bunch of pills and call the hospital freaked out. I can't believe I just did this. I tried to kill myself. Someone sent an ambulance. I feel like I'm going to die. I just took all these pills. That is a very common way for it to happen. And so, if she tried to leap out the window and then realized what she was doing, and oh god, this is scary all of a sudden, it's very easy to see a situation where she reflexively tried to not fall out the window and ended up hanging on it and then sliding down and then falling off. And as far as facing up from the ground, the many orientations you can fall on and cause those kinds of bone injuries, it's very easy to see where she'd end up laying face up. It's not even remotely a concern which way she was facing after she landed, or maybe struggled a little bit from the pain.
This is gonna be super morbid what I'm about to say, but it would be ironic if she got the death penalty because of this. And I know it's Massachusetts, so probably not, but
Frankly, I don't know if it meets the severity or merits any of if it hits any of the standards that would be required. But if this went federal, that was preamble. If it went federal, I could see this one being fast tracked because it's fucking horrific. But because it's so divisive, among, unfortunately, the dumbest people we have in our country. I don't know that it's going to be one of those hot button issues that the feds are going to want to step in on if the state's already taken the brunt of it. Especially because she's already admitted guilt. They're just deciding just how guilty she is. And it's not going well for her in court. So, Baca, if it's life in jail, her life's gonna suck ass anyway.
Yeah, well,
But
yeah,
yeah,
well, I
it'd
mean,
be Schadenfreude, wouldn't it?
yeah, well, I mean, right now she's kind of the unlucky poster child for here's why w- for here's why we need to repeal the 19th, gentlemen.
I mean,
I think
the
it is
funny thing,
absolutely hilarious how there are people that think that her defense is like absolutely killing it in court, and that she's doing such a good job, and and I'm like, you guys are not watching the same trial we are you?
the scary thing is how many of these women, these pterodactyl banshees, how many of them are mothers, or at least say
Yeah.
they are for TikTok, mind you. But how many of
Yep.
them, just for a good example, and Sam, I'm sure you heard us talk about this on the podcast a few times in the past. The one whose therapist told her to throw ice at the bathtub.
Oh yeah, I actually saw the video of that woman too.
Right. What's the thing I said on podcast from actually a study that was published peer reviewed that was filmed in Penn and Teller's bullshit about anger. The one where they took the college kids, they had them write their essays. They universally told them that their essays sucked. They said that another student was grading them, or someone else was going to grade them. They didn't tell them anything else after that. They graded them. Universally, the grade given back was F. They basically said your paragraph on whatever was absolute trash, and you should feel horrible about yourself. And then they allowed one half the kids to go and punch a pillow for 10 minutes, and they told the other set of kids to do fucking nothing. And then they said, okay, here's a little Dixie cup, here's a bottle of hot sauce, fill up the Dixie cup with how much hot sauce we're going to force the other person to drink. And so the kids who spent 10 minutes punching a pillow filled the fucking cup all the way up. The other kids filled it up on average about like a third or half. Like it's and this is a repeated effect. This is this is like one of those physics 101 measuring gravity kind of experiments where they can just do this endlessly over and over again and they get the same results. And it's such a basic experiment they use to teach psychology to students. Acting out on your anger reinforces it always. Acting out
Oh
on your
yeah.
anger will reinforce it. This is why, like a buddy of mine, Sarge, we talk about these kind of things, and he, he's listened to me talk about this before, and so he goes to the gym and he works out, and he gets his mind off of his anger. He gets the energy out of him in a positive, constructive manner. This woman throwing ice at the bathtub is reinforcing her hatred for her children, if she actually has any.
Yeah.
But like that's a therapist told her to do that. The therapist should lose their license.
Well, yeah, I mean, if that's true, I feel like a lot of these women use the my therapist
Right.
said
I think
XYZ.
Bigot Crew is doing a lot of heavy lifting on the whole issue.
Yeah, well because yeah, and I kind of want to go like really I want to meet, I want to meet your, therapist or,
Yes, I want to have a conversation in this closet with a lead pipe.
well,
Speaking of reinforcing anger, right?
I mean, it just seems weird to me because like even within like the last 10 years, like it seems like everyone has a therapist now for
Well, so a buddy of mine's right friend since we were like 1 year old. He's a child psychiatrist. He's a pediatric psychiatrist.
Yeah.
His mother was was a pediatric psychologist, so apple didn't fall far from the tree. But he's got the medical doctorate in the licensing, yada yada. Um, so I've talked to him about this before, and I explained it to him, and he said, yes, that's exactly it. So I'll use it as the way to explain it. A therapist, what it boils down to is a one-way friendship, where they don't give you any of their issues; they just hear about all of yours.
Right.
And while they can come in with professional tools, having the training to instill within you some of the coping mechanisms you might need to deal with certain things, or to know not to do something like say, yeah, but it was funny when you're talking about like a serious trauma you've gone through. But then again, like a lot of therapy is geared towards women because male friendships have a very different dynamic, and therapy is good for men too, but most men get their therapy from their friend circle because that's what therapy ultimately boils down to, is that friendship. The
Right.
professional aspect of it is useful, but men aren't going to need it as often or nearly as like they're not going to need that significance and reinforcement. They got their friends to talk to, their close friends. Whatever that
Yeah.
close circle is that you've built up over your lifetime, that's what you lean into when you've got a serious issue. You call your buddy. And so the problem is that a lot of men will isolate and withdraw. And I'm Captain Major Depressive over here. I go through this routinely, not intentionally, mind you, but that's the way it is. You end up you withdraw from your friend circle without meaning to, and that's when you get into trouble. When you don't reach out, and your friends don't reach out to ping you, hey, buddy check. And that's why I tell people all the time, you should, if you haven't reached out to someone and they're your friend, you don't even have to do anything more than say, hey, pulse check, and they say, I'm alive, and that's all you need. Because that will be enough for most men. Most men, even men in trouble with depression or bad thoughts, etc. Most men, if they get a ping from a good friend saying, hey, just pulse check, man, just want to make sure you're alive, I love you. Like that's enough. That will get their head in the right place, or they'll talk to you.
It's definitely helped me a few times. I'll be honest.
Yeah, same here. But
Yeah.
that's the thing though. So that is what therapy is for men. Because again, it's a one-way friendship, but we have two-way friendships, and that's because that's what we need. Oftentimes, women will need that one-way situation because of the way that life is structured, they're not going to have just their husband to hang on to for this kind of shit, where they can just listen to the stuff that she's going through. Sometimes a woman just needs someone to vent to who has the time, and if they have to pay for them to be there for that time, then that's sufficient. Just to get the shit out of their head. And that's really sad that women don't have as frequently that kind of friendship where they can just land that shit out of the blue. 6 months from talking to your friend last, just come in and be like, hey man, I need to talk. Dog just died, and I'm feeling fucking awful about it. Hey, let's go get some beers.
Yeah.
Normally it's, hey honey, how was your day? And then they unload on you, and then, so how was your day? Well, I did the laundry and, did all the stay-at-home stuff. Or hey, I was at work. This catty bitch down the hall told me that I looked so pretty, but she was being an asshole. Like, if you don't have a guy present in your life to be that for you, I can see how that'd be really tough as a woman. So yeah, that's a very different dynamic. That one-way friendship is way more important for some people than others, and it's not like it's not even like a gender thing at that juncture.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Wait, are
Some
you
people just need it.
are you telling me that most women don't have at least one friend that they go to and bitch to and rant to and vent to all the time?
No.
Because that's what Penn and I do with each other all the time. Like exactly what you're talking about is what we do, and I did that so that I didn't drive Max crazy with all my womanly bullshit that I knew that he wouldn't be able to sympathize with or understand. Women don't really seem to have that. I mean, I
Well,
guess I'm not surprised. Like,
what would
there are
happen if
some
it was
women I
your
talk to
kid?
that do seem surprised I talk to them like that.
So what if your kid had done something incredibly private and disturbing, and okay, so this is really fucked up, but it is relevant, and so Max is no longer here for you to just go talk to. That you need to go and sort your son out, because I cannot handle this alone. That and say it's something that you don't want to talk to your close friend about because it is some thing that is just wildly inappropriate in a mutual friendship kind of discussion. Not saying that that's the situation, but like this is a plausible. This is one of those things that like a therapist would be for, because this is a person who's a neutral third party whose only role is to accept the burden, the brunt of whatever you're going through, and they are obligated professionally to keeping confidence. That to privacy is
Okay,
basically a private situation.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like that's like that is one of the primary utilities there, and the more disconnected we become as a society, the day-to-day people bumping into each other, how many people, like, I'll say hi to people on the street. Like, how many people do you see, you might say hi to, and they're gonna like just look at the ground and look upset. It's sad, but our generation was kind of on the slippery slope downward to a lot of antisocial behavior being more routine. And so that kind of disconnectedness breeds loneliness, and that also makes it really difficult to maintain strong friend groups. It's like, especially if you're like in a big city environment where there's so many people around, and you're still so far away from them, no matter how close you are. Like that
Yeah.
is depressingly lonely. And
Yeah.
I don't. That's one of the reasons. Like, that's one of those reasons. Like, I don't really feel like I'd like to live in. Like, cities are fantastic to visit. I love that part. But like, I wouldn't want to be stuck in the high rise, in Lower Manhattan, having to deal with that shit on the daily.
No.
I'd also get claustrophobic, but like, that's just me.
Well, like, so I will say, like, as as a dude, like, there is a lot of shit that that I do talk to my guy friends about, but then like there's other shit that like because I have a disability and stuff like that. There's stuff that like talking to a psychiatrist about does help, because there's just shit that I don't want to like burden my friend group with, because a lot of them.
There's only so much an able-bodied friend could understand.
Right. Right, exactly. And there's other, there's other dynamics, between like, like my dad and I aren't that close, and I don't want to be that, and there's a whole
Well,
history that like I don't want to burden my, friends with.
mhm.
So like that's the type of stuff that like, that I go to a,
Now here's a
psychiatrist
contrasting
for.
example for you, Maxine. Sam. If you roll the wheel forward a little bit, you can reach the bottom a lot easier.
Oh my
Well,
god.
well, gee, I hadn't thought of that before. Thanks, Greg.
You know how they say that some days you're, the some days you're in the mud and some days you're on top of the wheel. You lucky
Yeah,
son of a bitch, you sit right on the damn hub.
you're damn right.
Goddamn axle riders over here not getting their feet and face dirty.
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
So yeah,
Uh,
so you see how I didn't come in and say how sorry I feel that he lives in a wheelchair, and I can just expect that he should be treated like anyone else. That is part of that dynamic.
but I also feel like if you, but the other thing too is, this is I think this is like, this is why I'm sus when women say that like their therapist suggests stuff like that. I feel like if a guy said, "Hey, I'm really angry and I want to beat the shit out of my kid," like,
I'd call the cops on him.
like
Well, I'd show up first and be like, "Hey, man, we're gonna go get beers, or I'm gonna call the cops. You get to choose now."
right, right, exactly. Like,
We'd
in
probably still drive to the police station.
like in no universe do I see a guy friend being like, "Oh yeah, that's totally justified." So like I'm like, "Yeah, I'd like to meet the shrink who was like, "Yeah, you should totally throw ice cubes in the tub because that's really helpful and shit." So,
Like it's it's frustrating. Like I get what you're saying. Like that's one of those other things is it's a that kind of lie is a distinctly popular, not like just the therapist one, but just like somebody told me to. That's a very popular way to offload the responsibility for bad advice
yeah.
or for just shit you made up.
Yeah.
That's a very common one. Is the word is that this is that and the other. Like the word is that's bullshit.
Yeah, yeah, well like that. Well like that.
Word is you're a retard.
Well, like I could see that.
Some have said.
I could see that being applied to anything though, too, like
Some have said Erica Kirk killed her husband. And some
yeah.
have said Candace pulled the trigger.
Some have said those people are retards.
You know what? I did see a post on X where someone was like, "Geez, the way Candace is going on and on about about my Charlie and Erica Kirk, I'm beginning to think that maybe she was the one who murdered Charlie." And it's
Plot
like,
twist: she's the one who put the petting in the microphone. How did she know it was the microphone? She planted it.
oh my, oh my God. Candace not understanding basic physics was pain was painful.
God, the fun one was like so. Uh, uh, Andrew's been taking layups on X in the funniest ways with that. Like the fact that a bullet can fragment an air. Like just that that's a physical possibility. Not that it happened, but that it's possible. In isolation, independent from all of the Kirk stuff. Like, well, fucking duh. And people
Yeah.
arguing like I work at a fucking gun store and I know that's not possible. It's like, shut the fuck up.
Well, but that's also to Craig where like television has absolutely ruined people, particularly like when it comes to shows like CSI, where like
Zoom and enhance, yes.
yeah, where people are like, "Oh, we found a bullet. Let's enter into the computer," and all of a sudden AI is going to match the bullet, perfectly. And it's
Well,
like,
forensic science is anything but they do try.
well, yeah, well, yeah.
Like they come in and the cops come in and they basically say like, "Hey, I need your help to help me get this bad guy," which is immediately unscientific. But they're not there to do science; they're there to get the bad guy. The forensic scientist is there to try and do the job the best they can, and the way that they're employed is to work for the police.
Well, yeah, but the way TV shows treat forensic scientists, it's pretty much it's pretty much the equivalent of like asking Grok to fulfill a task for you. Is the way that like TV portrays
Well, yeah.
something, and it's like I wouldn't have an issue with it, except that like that's basically Candace's argument is what is. Well, the forensic doesn't make any sense, and it's like, yeah, no shit, because like it's not supposed, actual science is more complex than, your little storybook plot that you made up, lady. So, just because.
I don't know about you. I was not surprised when Candace came out and said that Clancy didn't do it.
Oh no, no, neither was I. Max predicted like a year or so
Right.
ago that she would find a whole new audience with like the true crime
Oh yeah.
wine mom crowd, and like she totally did.
Yep.
So next thing you know, she's going to be saying that Hitler didn't actually, that the Holocaust wasn't real. Oh wait, she's already in
I was
for.
gonna say, buddy, she's already gone down that road. And
Yeah.
my favorite part of that was the part where she said, Jews put dinosaur bones in the ground to fuck with Christians. That we made that stuff up just to challenge your faith. It's like that's exactly right.
That's
Fucking
okay. We just turned around and said that
Tyrannosaurus
God
made by
created a dinosaur.
Tyrannosaurus by Manischewitz. You got it.
It- now see if that actually were the case, my response would be holy shit, that's fucking hilarious. Well done. Well
I
done.
mean, I gotta say, I would be bamboozled too. They're like, and I have stealth grasped people like that before to get a joke through with great success.
Oh
But to
yeah,
do that on the scale of the entire species and our conception of deep time and the evolutionary history of the planet, that would be pretty fucking spectacular.
well the fact that like I've seen some of Candace's fans be like, Jewish weather machines are real. It's like it's like holy shit, like Norm Macdonald made the joke, but you do realize that he was actually making fun of conspiracy theorists.
I mean, the
Also,
guy was onto stuff, right?
yeah,
Because I don't know about you, but after the towers fell, I was very concerned about how people were going to treat the Muslims.
yeah.
Just
I I'd love to know Norm's thoughts on Hassan Piker. I mean, I know he was around, but Hassan wasn't really like relevant enough in the cultural
You'd probably
zeitgeist.
think he's incredibly unfunny and hilarious at the same time.
Yeah. No,
That's been
what's
my experience, at least.
the thing that's wild to me is my grandmother is in her early 90s, and is still coherent, and she watches Fox News.
Yeah.
Even she now knows who Hassan Piker
I got to
That's
explain
crazy.
in brief.
is.
I got to explain in brief a little bit about Hassan Piker to my parents today. Well, tonight. It was funny because they've got the Jesse Waters sense of who he is. But I got to explain to him like he spends 10 or 12 hours a day hoovering up the whatever's left on the credit cards of a bunch of 12-year-old kids on Twitch. And that he's a multi-millionaire, $3 million mansion, all that jazz, and that's without even spending time on it, people are able to whip up 20 plus minutes of him being unhinged. Which in that the defense on that is, well, you have to listen to the context. It's all out of context, and the context is half a fucking day of video. and that nobody's gonna watch. But like again, no effort going in. People are able to just pull tons of time of this guy being a fucking wackaloon, and
Yeah,
that the true ironic glory of him being so desperate for over a decade to be taken seriously as a political commentator, to be taken credulously at his word, to be considered a serious person, and then for him to get exactly what he wanted, and for it to result in him being castigated by the entire political apparatus all at the same time.
well
Truly great and amazing stuff happening.
the fact
Thank you,
that
God, for blessing us with enemies so fucking stupid as Hassan.
yeah. I love that, and I also love how him and Sneeko have also they've now borrowed Fuentes' whole shtick of like wearing
Mm-hmm.
like
Mm-hmm.
suits on stream because they think somehow it'll make them look like more.
Well, to be fair, Fuentes was wearing a suit well beforehand. It was only after
Oh
Shuon had compared him to him and said, "What's with your drip?" He started wearing them.
yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah,
Me, he's copying the Fuentes stick.
I know. I know Fuentes did it a long time ago. It's just it's hilarious. It's hilarious to me that like
Now I'm waiting for Hassan to give up working out and start eating a bunch of Happy Meals.
well well again like like people people are shocked that Candace is a big lefty, but it's like
Duh.
Hassan was praising her, and I was like, again, this is why Charlie Kirk should have hired me instead of her and hired a few gamers because I guarantee if I were part of this turning point you know apparatus uh there there would be like Turning Point GamerCon at some point at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And also Candace Owens just wouldn't be a thing. Would not exist in this timeline. I mean, she'd still exist. She'd just probably be like on MSNBC or something, where she belongs.
Right.
So, or I guess it's called MS Now, whatever they rebranded to. But
MS failure.
well, that seems to be Microsoft in general.
Too true.
Minus although shit that seems to be Sony these days though too.
Sony just needs another PSN hack. They'll get
Speak,
right back to giving a shit about customers after the customers are upset again.
well, speaking of Morpheus, what's on the docket for Bits and Bones this
Bits
this
and Bone
week?
this week. We've got a bit to talk about GTA and the leaks that have happened, but also more importantly, Gamescom is this week, and it's already revealed a bunch of cool things going on.
So I'm curious with the whole GTA leaks thing. Um, am I the only one who is still like not interested whatsoever in buying it at launch?
Oh, being a PC player, I can't even buy it at launch.
No, no,
Right,
no.
basically same here.
No, I know that, but like even if you could,
I wouldn't because I've got other games that are more important.
I've never been a GTA guy.
The last time I was a GTA guy was Vice City, the original.
Right. I still know people that play GTA 5 like religiously. And that's fine. Like, I played PlanetSide 2, which has been out for fucking forever, too.
Yeah,
And yes, we will be talking a lot about CDPR and The Witcher.
I imagine so. We're probably, I imagine too, since it's the game you're waiting for, you're probably also going to be talking about Blood of Dawnwalker.
Next week, baby. Hell yeah.
I knew it. I knew it. The other cripple is predictable.
Actually, I have two games releasing next week: Blood of Dawnwalker and a little indie game called Cognition Method.
You know, women like to call that reliability, not predictability.
That
You should take that to the bank.
that
Gentlemen
is
out there, be as boring as possible.
Then why the hell am I single? God damn it!
Don't do that. Be exciting. Just, not surprise, trouble, snuggle, exciting. Shit. That's not even as funny anymore. Those fucking those ad-friendly assholes with their newspeak have taken the fun out of euphemisms. Now you have to use a euphemism, otherwise you'll get demonetized. Like, fuck that noise. They got raped. They committed suicide. They died. There was a murder. Someone was killed.
the
Faggot. Retard.
the first the first time I heard someone use the term unalive,
Golly.
I was honestly like, what?
I don't want to know the connotations of what they were looking at beforehand before they came up with that possibility in their mind.
Me either.
That just brings to the front what kind of things are they looking at in their off time?
Yeah.
Unalived, huh? So they undid the process.
You shoved them back up the vagina?
Were they warm and cozy when their mind melted away? Has that happened? Did they become a twinkle in an eye? No? Then they fucking died. I swear to God, some of these people out there probably think that reproduction. Some of these people out there probably think reproduction can happen if you strain hard enough, like you're trying to take a shit, and then you just spontaneously divide into another person.
Well, I know everyone here has seen Demolition Man.
Oh yeah.
I am fully expecting it that at some point.
I know where you're going.
Well, I'm not. Well, maybe not. But I am fully expecting that the VR sex thing is going to become like reality.
So the question is, what counts as UBT? Because that's what comes after AIDS. We need to find out what the fuck UBT is, so that with some people we can spread it amongst them, because they clearly should not be reproducing. At least not without a government involved. Oh god, eugenics is so fucked up.
Yeah. The other question is, which fast food chain is gonna win the war?
That turns out to be an open question, because I didn't realize this. So you might know who Shinjo is from the GGP group.
Yeah. He's
Shin. I complained to him before because I watched Demolition Man on Amazon Prime because I was bored one day. And I was complaining to him. There must have been like a brand deal change or something, because this is fucking retarded. They replaced Taco Bell with Pizza Hut in this copy. What the fuck? When did that happen? Now, I was blaming the people, like the rights managers, well after the fact. Like, somehow Amazon was involved in all this. It turns out this is from near the original movie release, that they put in a different brand in one of the copies. he went out because he's Shin. He went out of his way to go and look this shit up. Like in the intervening like month or two between when I complained and when he informed me about it out of the blue. This was like an original fucking thing. But it's done so badly. It's hilarious. And like they dub in dialogue, like where if he talks about going for a taco, he's like, I could go for a slice of pizza, like in the car. And then
Wait,
when they get to the Taco Bell restaurant, there's just like Pizza Hut signs, kind of like looks like they're just like airbrushed in on video, like they just did a layer of video with a static image. And they
wait,
didn't even get all the Taco Bells. They like there's some scenes where it still says Taco Bell right on the glass.
wait.
Hey, hey, so it's getting pretty late and I'm getting kind of tired, so I'm actually gonna dip for now. But
Yeah.
I'll catch y'all next week. I'm gonna go.
Awesome.
So,
Alrighty.
guys.
Good night.
Night. Yeah,
Good night.
it is. It is close to pumpkin hour
Oh yeah, we passed it. Damn it.
as
The fuck's wrong with you, Sam? Keeping me up this late.
I mean, hey, you just waltzed in here and we
It'd
we
be like
start.
that sometimes.
This is what happens when Steve's not around to tell me to shut up.
Yeah, it's yeah, it make horrific slurs. And since
Yes, his Steve's pronouns are special. They are very special, and they are his.
yeah, it's yeah, all the plot twist. Steve's also Jewish, or at least
No, he
that's what
just grew up with Jews.
or at least that's what I'd like to imagine.
That's your headcanon?
Well, that's one of those hilarious South Park things is that like Cartman is anti-Semitic yet ends up becoming like a rabbi in the
My favorite
future.
Cartman comeuppance in that vein was when they made him a ginger. and he turned the ginger army in South Park into the fucking Nazis. And at the very end, when he's sitting there like, we must have this uprising, like they just go up to the stand, and Kyle just like whispers to him, but they fucked with him and painted him ginger. And he starts trying to walk it back, and the ginger's in the audience like, no, we have to kill them, right? That's what you were saying. What did he say to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kyle needs to pick a struggle, Jewish and ginger. Holy shit.
So wait, getting back to Demolition Man. So you mean to tell me
Yes.
that there's like a Blade Runner like esque thing where there are multiple cuts of
Yeah. And it's just the rebranding part. Everything else in the movie was the same.
that's amazing.
That's why I thought that it was, and because it was done so poorly, I thought what happened was like Pizza Hut made a deal with Amazon to fuck with the edit, and they had like some intern do it. It turns out it was intentional by the movie makers close to the original release. It's like, holy shit.
Oh
Mind
yeah,
blown.
well, I mean, I don't blame you for thinking that initially though too, because that it seems like something that Amazon would do,
Right?
you know?
Fucking wild. I mean, it made sense, in retrospect and in context, but because it was, I mean, these days the way. So back then, I could see how this would have been more professionally done, but they still didn't do a complete job, and it still is so fucking unnatural.
Yeah.
But you can see how like it took some skill to do it back then. But today, it looks terrible.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
it's on Amazon Prime. So if you have that and you are able to watch Demolition Man on there, it should still be the one that they're showing.
yeah. Well because like I actually have like a physical copy of that movie
Right.
too.
I used to
But
have one somewhere. I'm gonna
that
burn another one at some point.
that's a movie that that's a movie that I thought for sure would have like had a sequel at some point, and now I'm kind of glad that it never.
I'm super glad it didn't.
That it,
Now, if they had another movie that was written, directed, and starred Dennis Leary as a follow up, I could get behind it.
yeah,
I could. But he would have to be in charge of the whole fucking thing, and I would go in there assuming it's basically going to be him making fun of the situation that the movie ended with.
pretty
You know,
much.
just like, well, how do you do Reconstruction era after this shit? Well, we've got this guy who just wanted to have the whole city become a party. Let's see what he says about this. Hey, let's have a party.
I I just I just want to hear him, sing the asshole song.
I want to see
And
him doing that because it's, quote, the future. I want to see him doing that with a clone of Wesley Snipes' character and have Wesley Snipes in the movie too.
I I mean, isn't that around the time that Snipes went to jail for tax evasion?
That's right. Now
Also,
that would be an impressive retcon. As if it was his twin brother who got killed by the Demolition Man, but he was in jail for tax fraud or tax evasion. He was an ice cube who got thawed out when everyone else got thawed out.
yeah.
How did you get ice cubes for tax issues? It was a lot of taxes.
Uh,
And you just see him sitting there stylizing it up. It was a lot of taxes.
I I mean, I feel like
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
yeah. His crime was in tax evasion. His crime was getting caught.
What were you ice cubes for? Jaywalking.
Well, well, hell, if the other thing too is that movie came out before social media was a thing. So like, so
Mhm.
now, I mean, I mean, my God, everyone here would be fucked if the language thing existed. Um,
Dude, do you realize how quickly I would have an entire COVID's worth of toilet paper as a backlog? So much for the three
oh
seashells
yeah.
indeed, man. And I would absolutely carry my own three seashells around just to fuck with people.
Mm.
What, you didn't know about the four seashells? What do you mean you didn't know about the four seashells? Oh, this is the five seashells, man. Are you up to date? There's six over there.
The
Then come
fact
in later and just be like, guys, I figured out how to do it with one seashell.
the
You're
the
welcome.
fact the fact that they never explained how that works in the movie is genius.
Yeah,
Too.
it's in comedic effect. It's just like the Jaws effect. Less is more.
Yeah.
It truly is. It's a finesse thing. That's how you know that the script writers were at the top of their craft. They knew how to do that shit because nobody needed to know what truly needed to know what a 187 was. But the fact that they didn't come in and just say it's a murder death kill, it's subtleties. Like just the fact that in every single scene where they curse, there's the beep in the background and the message. Every single scene. You don't see as much attention to detail like that in modern movies. Like a lot of times they write that kind of necessity out of the script to
No,
prevent
well,
them from having that issue. But like it's so those details matter so much and they're so simple.
Well, now they just exposition you to death, and
Oh, there's that. That's the other thing is, and this is something you get when it comes to doing like academic presentations too. Any like business presentation as well. The first thing that you learn, aside from like the a picture tells 1,000 words, that kind of thing, is you don't need you can eliminate like an entire slide worth of reading a paragraph to your audience if you just fucking show them a picture and then talk about the picture. Show, don't tell,
right.
is such a huge thing. And like the Jaws thing is almost the reverse, but it's let the audience tell. Put the have imagining the animal is so much scary. The fear of the unknown is so big and built into the human psyche. Like that kind of type 1, type 2 error kind of discrimination that built our species.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why we're afraid of the rustle in the bush, but we're not so scared of the cute animal with big fangs.
Right.
Because historically, the cute animal with big fangs doesn't exist very frequently. But historically, the rustle in the bush, the people who are correct about running away from it, or sorry, the people who are incorrect about needing to run away tend to not make kids.
Well, yeah.
So we're programmed to fear things that are unknown, especially when we know the danger is there. And so that's another one of those detail things, because you notice how and hilariously it's because the rigging kept breaking down that they had to slow roll the visual of the shark. That it was because the equipment kept fucking up. So they're just like, well, how do we shoot the scene then? Well, we don't have to show them a shark, I guess. We just have to make them think there's a shark. The broken shark rig has a fin. Put that in the water.
Yeah, well, it's the whole idea. It's the whole idea that your imagination, whatever your imagination conjures up, is way more, horrifying than
Yep.
anything you can show on screen.
Unless it's something like the Serbian film, which we're not going to go into details as to what that entails. But let's just say that you shouldn't see it on screen. But it's there.
Oh yeah. No,
Banned around the world for a reason, and I don't blame them.
yeah, I know what a, I know what a, I know what a Serbian film is. I haven't seen it, don't want to, but
I saw enough of it, and I have friends who are watching it because it was one of those things that snowballed. The small dare kind of thing. Like, you won't be able to watch this. These people read gore forums to each other out loud for a laugh because there's just fucked up things people do, and that's a coping mechanism. Like, how do you get around this? Well, it's so screwed up. If I don't laugh, it's gonna haunt me at night. I may as well challenge someone else to see how long they can stand listening to it.
yeah,
Serbian film.
yeah,
Oh, man.
that's why, that's why too, like Citizen Vigilante, when that came out,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, I want to see like what the whole hype is is about, and I'm like,
I still haven't seen it. It's fucked up. I want to, but I just haven't made the time to do it. It's permanently on my to-do list at this point.
well, I mean, it's a new Bowl film.
Exactly. I'm not in a rush. I am a B movie guy. Like, I will watch me a B movie and enjoy the fuck out of it.
Oh, as will I.
But Uwe Boll, man, that's tough sometimes.
Well, I mean,
Sometimes it's great. Sometimes though, holy shit.
well, the thing of it is like, is like okay, maybe like I've never been to Germany, so I can't say this for sure. Yeah, maybe some of the political, stuff is a little too controversial for the government up there. But at the same time, it's so it's so cheesy and so just cringely bad. It's like, okay, I'm beginning to think that this movie was banned just because of how cringe it is,
I think
and
that must have been a challenge for him. Well, it's like, how do you get how do you mock a government sufficiently that it really pisses them off? You make them ban normal shit and get the rest of the people angry at them. Like, this is so taboo. I can't believe someone went and watched this. And then eventually curiosity gets to them, and they go watch, and they went, "Why the fuck was this banned?
yeah, that
This is
one,
lame." It's
yeah,
like the when the Taliban was going to attack America in South Park, and it was just that stupid thing where they just like tossed poop at each other and said, "Oh, I'm a stupid American." They all had their heads in the sand.
yeah. Well, there are certain scenes where there are certain scenes in that movie where you think they're going to lead somewhere in the plot of the movie, and then they just turn out to be filler, or
Yeah, I think part of it is I may have truly spoiled it with the stuff that people were sharing being probably the most important scenes, like just that like 1 8 minutes. Like, I mean, there's more stuff to it. I've already heard from others, but like at the same time, like that was kind of the show stealer. And like I do want, like the thing is, I want to support Uwe Boll because he wants to make another one, and I think that's funny.
Oh yeah, oh yes, oh yeah. So do I. Well, I
But
mean,
at the same time, I'm not in a rush to watch the movie now, and it's really that's probably gonna screw with me getting to actually see it for a while, which is
well,
fine.
and Coulter displayed the whole thing online
Well, I
anyway.
mean, I think that was cool that Elon managed to figure out licensing to get Uwe Boll, like convinced Uwe Boll to just release his film for like a whole weekend. Because I, of course, immediately downloaded that shit, uh,
Yeah,
as I'm sure most other people did. But again, I have the copy. I'm gonna save it because that is a timepiece now.
yeah.
But I still need to actually watch it to watch it.
I I bought it on Prime just because I'm like, you know what? It's $14. It's not that much, and
Yeah,
uh,
I'll probably watch it right before I watch the sequel. That would probably be when it happens. Just to be fair.
P-
At that point, I'll probably buy it twice because, like, goddamn, man, put the work in, you get the prize.
someone was trying to say, "Holy shit, this is John Wick," and
No.
it's like, it's like no, it's like the short film that my buddies made in college is more John Wick than this. I've seen films shot on iPhones that are more visually impressive.
So there's a picture of me and my little brother um, from my older brother's wedding, where we look like the Blues Brothers because we've got like sunglasses on. We're sitting in our suits at the table, and there's just that one picture where we're just looking at it, and it looks like a cross between like the Blues Brothers and an album cover, and
Nice.
that has in our limited panache that has more charisma than the more compel is more compelling than the 8 minutes I saw where basically Uwe Boll's main vigilante offs a family of people who are terrorist sympathizers or terrorists or what have you, whatever they are.
Yeah.
I, I liked
Well,
that the people who were doing that scene were excited to do that scene, and
yeah.
they played their best terrified terrorist family. and they were proud of it, and they should have been, because those were normal people.
Well, what I also love is that they then came out in like support of what he was doing to,
Yeah. I
the
mean, to be fair, there's a selfish motive there, but it should be. They want the
yeah.
movie to make money because they're getting paid, and I hope that they get. Obviously, they're all dead now, but like in the movie universe, like I hope that they make it. He makes it so that they come back as like a cameo of some variety, because I think participation in a project like that is laudable.
Yeah, well, for all I know, he'll do the thing where like he has, where he has like the same actors playing different characters or something. Like
The terrorists are back, and they're pissed off. Vigilante 2.
I
Zombie terrorists.
there's my favorite part was there's a scene where the main character goes into basically goes into a brothel.
I heard about that. Yeah.
And at first you're like, okay, is he going to is he going to kill like a terrorist migrant that is like killing?
Yeah, I heard that something totally unnecessary happened instead. Not necessarily necessary, but like incongruous.
Well, basically, there's just like a really bad, like, I wouldn't even call it like a softcore porn scene because like there are too many
Right.
jump cuts to make it like, but the funny thing of it is I think Uwe put that in as like a troll because Ann Coulter was like, I really love this movie. However, I didn't care for the brothel scene, and why did Uwe Boll have to put that in there? And it's like
because he knew one woman in particular was going to watch, and he disliked her.
Yeah.
What do you think? It's an art thing. It's stupid, but it is.
Yeah, well, and also probably and probably also to fuck with people like you who don't understand that, it's a troll.
Well, it was much more common in like the 90s and 80s. Well, frankly, for film, and all film before 2000, more or less, it was far more common for movies that were like R-rated. Well, even what was it, NC-17?
Yeah.
Like it's like even that. It was pretty common for anything above PG-13, basically, to have probably a sex scene in it, and it was an artistic thing. It was endemic to the film genre, to the film medium itself, that these films had artistically crafted sex scenes, and it was just a thing. And the problem is that there's become a disconnect between where those scenes fit in and their necessity in the plot. Take the entire Bond series as an example of when it's usually tastefully done. Like, obviously they're going up to the room to fuck. He just spent the last hour in the bar romancing her. Okay, fine. And then the point of it was to be able to plant a bug on her earring or her purse to get to advance the plot forward. Whereas going into a brothel, having a sex scene with a million jump cuts in it, for no purpose other than to establish the character of the main character, but doesn't really significantly alter the perception of the audience on anyway, it's kind of pointless.
Yeah.
You could establish that character just by having him walk into the brothel and then jump cut to him walking out of the brothel looking relieved. That is something you could make that movie without.
Yeah,
or it wouldn't change the ratings though, so like may as well, I guess.
Yeah. Well, the funniest thing is just like how robotic Army Hammer's character is the entire time, too. So,
No, he went in there and he was a feminist wet dream. He was a dildo with a wallet attached.
yeah, who also
A
complained out, who also
human-shaped
like,
fuck machine.
yeah, also like, and also that's the other thing too, is like, I had no idea that Army Hammer even got canceled, but apparently he
Yeah,
did a few years ago.
I guess he said or did something and people got upset because reasons, and it didn't fucking matter.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of that going on, like,
Yeah.
from 2014 to
Yep. Thanks,
oh,
Obama.
well, yeah, that's the other thing is all these lefties who are like, cancel culture or woke 1.0, that was pretty crazy,
That was
man.
crazy, y'all. Speaking of someone said, or I heard this, or my therapist told me. Yeah, AOC, I totally believe your friend told you woke one was crazy. Fucking nutcase.
And what woke 2 is not gonna be that's not gonna be crazy at all.
Now, to be fair, what we've been going through, or what we were going through, trickling down through the colleges and through LiveJournal and Tumblr and Wattpad back circa early 4chan days, like 2006 through about 2014. That would be approximated as third wave feminism. It really started more in the 80s in colleges, but it trickled down into the undercultures and subcultures um, through the 2000s. And I wouldn't say we're in a fourth wave right now, but we're definitely starting to see a backlash reaction to that, which I would probably say, if there's like a feminine anti-feminism, it's such a fucking oxymoronic to say that out loud.
Well,
It's
yeah.
like saying Meninism. Like, it just doesn't compute. It sounds stupid.
Well, yeah. That's basically what Andrew Tate and all the men's rights,
Well, that's the thing is,
dudes are.
those are conflated and in a way that is unfair. And I know that they all fall within the manosphere, but that's because they've all been collected together in what's called the manosphere by feminists. So of course they're going to define the terms in a way that justifies their bad behavior.
Right.
A lot of the people who are like men's rights activists, I would say not the intactivists, the ones who care about foreskins a whole lot more than they should, but just the generic men's rights activists who want like shelters for men that aren't persecuted until the point where the guy who runs it kills himself.
Right.
Little details like that, just basic shit. Those guys get lumped in with the PUAs, the pickup artists, so Andrew Tate and his ilk fall more into like the pickup artist side.
Right.
Although,
Right.
to an extreme that is even worse than a PUA. And then they had like the whole MGTOW people, which I always thought was funny because that's like the MRA version of goth. It's because look, you're trying to be different and go your own way, but that's why you form clubs to tell people how to do it. Get the fuck out of here. Men going their own way. It's like that has in the modern sense that was picked up by media and characterized as men are checking out. It's like, well, of course they fucking are. You've pushed them out. Like they have been excluded from things meaningfully in so many aspects of society. Of course they're going to give up when they can't do anything. Why the fuck would they
Yeah.
participate? And now that is of course where people who are opportunistic among the crowd of say the MGTOW will come in and start trying to dictate terms, or the Puas will come in and tell them, yeah, but you don't have to deal with that shit. You can be a real man and spin 3 plates. That would be women you're dating just to fuck them, not to actually have a real relationship. It's like that's the worst of the worst of Tinder culture. And this is provable for both men and women. When you have so many peers that you have bonded with and then torn yourself from, the ability to successfully long-term peer bond with an intimate partner decreases drastically with every additional partner you have.
Yeah.
And so that aspect of that culture being reinforced by people are taking up the guys who are rejected by it is just so toxic.
Well,
It's just like it's all around like so the thing that they really need is male role models that are actually decent. And
yeah.
it's sad that is something that is so sorely lacking. And part of it, of course, is because if you try to put one into popular culture, it gets rejected or castigated or characterized as somehow toxic. For instance, the earlier in the conversation, holding a door open and having a woman frown at you. I've got another example of this one. I was staring. So this one's just fucking hilarious. I was staring. I was at UF undergrad. I was staring off into space across Turlington. It's a wide open area, and I was waiting on my little brother to show up. I think we were gonna go over to Rights to the Union to get Starbucks or something. I was just staring off in the distance, so typical guy thing. Just I was just kind of done with the fucking morning. I didn't want to think. And of course, if I just stare off in the distance, class change happens and you end up staring directly into a crowd. I would not have noticed her but for her action of looking at me, looking offended, and putting her hand over her open top to cover her chest. But some fucking ugly woman decided to just like walk through my line of view and then look at me and get offended. And now I ended up shifting my gaze slightly towards her when I saw this as she was walking out of my line of view when this happened. This, mind you, is 50, 100 feet away from me. Nowhere
Yeah.
near me. Nowhere near me. Like, of everyone in the crowd, I was staring at her and her chest. Fucking no. So anyway,
that is the other thing I love that women do, particularly
and now
like
that the woman's out of here, let's go ahead. Sorry.
particularly like college girls where they'll be like oh my god, he's staring at me like a perv. Meanwhile, they're dressed in like next to nothing, and it's
Now,
like
keep in mind, while I would probably consider myself roughly average, I've been told I'm not bad looking, and I was playing lacrosse at the time, so I was definitely fucking in shape. And
yeah.
I would have been wearing either shorts or cargo pants. I was wearing cargo pants, and I had a button-down shirt over Under Armour undershirt. Like, I'm, it's just another guy on campus, effectively. Like, I wouldn't call myself special, but I certainly would have been like a person to be avoided. So I thought it was. I must have just had slackjaw or something because she looked horrified. Very funny.
Yeah. No, all I'm saying is that is that I'm not one of these there is a difference between there is a difference between saying, "Oh, she deserved it because she was wearing
Yeah.
something like skimpy," which by the way, like I've never actually heard anyone make that argument.
I
you know,
typically hear that argument from the other side, from the other direction. When a guy gets fucked up in some way, what did he do to deserve that? Well,
yeah, yeah, right. But it's like it's like okay at the same time like if a chick is gonna be basically wearing next to nothing or wearing something so revealing, it's like come on. They know that they're gonna get looks.
well, you see, the other extreme is all women should cover up, otherwise they'll tempt men, and then you have that, and then that ends with a culture where you marry a 6-year-old, or and that's
Right.
considered a good thing. So, well, see, that's the incongruence. Is apparently pedophilia is immoral and wrong in Islam, except that the wearing of hijab is to prevent men from being tempted. So why are they putting their toddlers in hijab? Right.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good question.
I never get a good answer. Typically, I just get called an Islamophobe or a Jew, which, I mean, okay, fair.
You know what when anyone calls me Islamophobic, now I'm just like, yeah, and they don't know what to say. They don't know what to say. Would I say that?
I say, did I stutter? No,
Well,
it's funny too because there's all this falls into the, oh yeah, I have black friends, which incidentally yes, but that's not something I track. I have Muslim friends that I get along with very well. We disagree on a lot of stuff, concerning worship, this, that, and the other, and they are very well aware of the fact that their religion, their faith, calls for my death, but they don't practice that part of it, thankfully.
yeah. I
It's they are the funny thing is the ones that it's Asmongold was talking about racists earlier, and if you know racists, like, they'll hate black people, but not Dave. Dave's a good guy because they know Dave's who is black.
right.
So, like, in the same sense, like, you know, oh Muslim, the ending of days has arrived. A Jew hides behind me. I am the tree and the rock, like that thing.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, but not you. I know you. So it's funny. Like, it's I don't like
Right.
say, well, but it also calls to the notion, which is very well true, that the moderate, so of in the global sampling, the moderate Muslim is the one who is happy that the radical Muslim took it upon themselves to fulfill the faith's commands. They are not the one who, they don't want to kill you, but they wouldn't be upset if someone else did in the name of their faith. In the United States, a moderate Muslim is more moderate than that. They're actually going through, generally speaking, more of the reform, at least up until relatively recently when the population boomed from more recent arrivals. But the ones who are like already here, who are moderate Muslims in our sense,
Right.
they are very liberal and very moderate. They
Right.
they they don't even want the radical to kill you.
How the one friend I know who I guess would identify as Muslim, and I say Muslim very loosely because
Mm-hmm.
like he eats bacon
Hell
and
yeah.
like basically what he said is like he's like, yeah, like I was raised Muslim, but like basically I'm non-practicing, and because of that, like there are other Muslims who would want to kill me.
Yeah, he would count as an apostate, or
Yeah,
apostate among the rest, and
yeah,
that is very fucked up to have to go through that shit.
yeah, basically. So
And I mean, I've known several people who are considered apostates, and it's really fucked up. They do legitimately get um, death threats. I mean, there's no real way to go around that. It's like they get death threats. Uh,
Yeah.
another Muslim, another a practicing Muslim finds out who they are, and they are then forced to weigh whether or not they want to continue that relationship, because they inevitably come back to the idea that they must, like, it's worse than like a born again Christian trying to convert you to Jesus. They will
Right.
come after you and your family members to try to pressure you into going to a mosque. Just go to the mosque. Just go to the mosque. It'll be okay. To go to the mosque, and when you're there, you will be pressured, because if you reject the faith, you must reject it like 3 times in the presence of the faithful. And then if you've done that, which is what they're trying to do, is to get you to that point. When you've done that, they basically the faithful then get to pass sentence or judgment on you, and it depends on who the leader of the mosque is, but they'll give, I think they have the purview to extend the time with consideration, which is the way they bend their rules to not actually follow them, so they don't get arrested. Um, but it's supposed to be, it's like 2 days or whatever, where you must repent the 3 times, otherwise you're condemned to death. Um, so stoning. And
Yeah.
so like there's stories of women getting like 2 weeks because their father's a friend of the mosque, or a good donor or what have you. Like there's so they bend the rules, but there's a time frame they give people. This is how long you have to live if you're not going to repent and come back to Islam. And that's just it's one of those hits home kind of things where you're just like, well, they really fucking hate this stuff, don't they? Like, damn, it's kind of crazy how much they really are into their faith, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that's the like. So you can leave Christianity, you can leave Judaism. The penalty of leaving Christianity and Judaism is maybe you lose a friend or two, and if you go back to church or to synagogue, there's going to be some questions like, why are you here?
Yeah. Well, that's why when when the gripers start like juice spurging and and I don't mean just I mean the gripers like not necessarily Knicks fans and like but just like
Right.
anti-Semites, and whenever anti-Semites on Twitter start going on like anti, I'm like, when was the last time seriously that a Jewish person suicide bombed?
That would be in what was it, the 70s? No, it was earlier than that. Um, so you know how the Irish had the IRA for the 90s?
Yeah.
Well, the Jews had a similar thing in Israel with some of the settlers that were being systematically killed by people who didn't want them settling in areas that were in disputes. So they would car bomb people because that was their way of creating a violence problem for them to then take advantage of.
That yeah, that okay. That still does kind of
It
prove
was
my
it was very much a political issue more than it was a religious one. I'll say that
right.
it was at best cultural, if you want to say it that way, but it was definitely like it was political violence. It was not religious violence necessarily.
Right, that
Um,
right, right. That's
as
still
opposed to the two intifadas, where
that that
that
that's
basically meant stabbing and burning Jews.
that still kind of proves my point though. It's like you don't see Jews yelling
Well, it's like
Yahweh and then
Well, so if so, what was his name? Well, Randy Fine's been quoting it frequently enough, but there's someone else who was saying it too that was deeper into Judaism, if you were. But the phrasing being, if you go onto a train, if a Jew boards a bus or boards a train and proclaims Baruch Hashem, God is, praise God. People might look at him funny because he's speaking a foreign language, but otherwise, it's like, Jewish, okay.
Right.
If a Muslim enters a train or a bus and shouts Allahu Akbar, there's a very different reaction. And this has unfortunately been shown time and again on social media by pranksters and religious people who are just practicing their faith.
In
Or
one of the
if a Christian boards and says praise Jesus, there might be a little giggle maybe because like, wow, that's weird, but hey, welcome on the bus.
I imagined it. There was one of those pranksters who literally got on a plane and started like yelling all Akbar mid-flight just to prove the point.
Yeah, I think it was proved.
Yeah.
But like there was the one where the guy, the bunch of yahoos, clearly just teens being dickheads, or like people in their young 20s. New York subway train got on and started shouting Allahu Akbar, motherfucker. It's like I can appreciate. The thing is, I can appreciate the humor in that. Being a rebellious teenager, I can see that. Like, and yeah, their mom should slap them up the backside of the head and say, "Hey, you moron! You want to get yourself killed? That's a quick and easy way to do it." People will take that the wrong way. It's like It's like running into a crowd. And here's the funniest thing is I'm always on the other side of the discussion with this one, and I agree with the guy who disagreed with himself from SCOTUS. 10 years later when he was asked about it again, full shouting fire in a crowded theater thing. You don't run into a theater and shout bomb, fire, oh my god, everyone run, and expect not to get in trouble, causing a panic.
Right.
The fact is, you can shout fire in a crowded theater, especially if there's a fire. But in general, you can shout fire. That's
right.
Not illegal. Causing a panic and causing people to get injured is illegal. But the whole shouting fire in a crowded theater thing, that came from a dissenting opinion on a case in SCOTUS about World War I draft protests. And so the notion was you can't shout fire in a crowded theater. You can't protest against the draft when we're at war with the entire fucking world, or half of it. And then 10 years later, when this judge was asked his opinion again, he said, I got that completely wrong. That was the wrong thing to say. I'm glad the case didn't go in my way, or didn't go in my direction.
Yeah, well...
I am very glad that was also the case.
Well, you also mentioned, too, that Ruth Bader Ginsburg...
Oh, yeah.
Said
strict constitutionalist.
Yeah. I mean...
She absolutely would have struck down Roe v. Wade. Absolutely. Without any doubt in my mind. She would have done a lot of hand-waving about women's rights doing it. To be fair, she might have even joined in on the dissenting opinion just to be able to type out more text. Woman was very much she was not a brief woman when it came to her written word, but she was reserved in speaking. So she would have made her opinions very, very, very clear, but ultimately she was a very strict constitutionalist, and she absolutely would have gotten rid of Roe v. Wade, and she probably might have been the only person to be able to convince enough Democrats and maybe even some Republicans to consider the abortion issue in legislation, but like seriously consider it, not just use it as a political football.
Between her and Sandra Day O'Connor, like,
mm-hmm.
Ketanji Brown Jackson is like a major.
Oh man,
fucking
huge downgrade.
yeah.
I would take Ruth Bader Ginsburg over Ketanji Brown Jackson every single fucking day of the week. There's no question in my mind. If they could have made Ruth Bader Ginsburg survive through the entirety of Trump's first term and then maybe get replaced in Biden's term, I could see that being a thing, and then we'd have to live with it. But like, she would have absolutely been like, people think that she would have ruled one way on like a variety of things that happened under Trump 1, where she would have 100% given him the permission to do what he was supposed to be doing. Because again, strict constitutionalists, their job is to interpret the law in light of the Constitution, not to write it. And she was always on board with that. She probably would have, again, she spoke her mind. She would have suggested that the legislators sort their shit out and do their fucking job, which she had done several times before. It's so crazy to me that the people have this notion that she was, in the name of women's rights, she would have violated her continued, repeated stance of strict interpretation of the Constitution. I did not see that being an issue. He absolutely would have gotten rid of it. Again, like, she would have been the only person to be able to get a session of Congress to critically and seriously examine the idea of passing legislation at the federal level that enshrined a right to abortion, or at least some framework for it. And that would have been better than the miasma of bullshit we've got going on, mind you. But we've radically departed from Hillary Clinton's safe, legal, and rare stance. So, like, you know, there are river stones and there are river walls, and some politicians have ground down over time, changing their position, and some other members of the political apparatus have remained stalwart and will not be changing. Clarence Thomas is another good example. I see him as a male version of RBG.
Yeah, and like, I just hope if he retires, he does it soon while Trump is.
Oh, they're gonna force him to punt that to the next person. What we can really hope for is the next president and the next Congress with the presidential election comes out not Democrat. That's the problem with a shit collection of parties to pick from, is you end up with these reactionary positions like I just espoused. I want to vote for someone, not against someone. I'm so fucking tired of voting against people. The lesser of two evils is still fucking evil. We've got to get. I really want Democrats. Like, that's the thing is were I to be in a position to be able to do so, I'd fucking run as a Democrat for something. And I hate politicians so fucking much, but I would do that. Like, I'd run as a Democrat just to give them someone competent. The problem is, of course, I agree with Republicans too much, so I'd never actually get anywhere.
Right. Well, my biggest...
And shoot me, please do, if I ever run for office or something. Pick a hand, I guess.
My biggest issue is that, like, I don't like... I'm really pissed off with all these idiots like Tucker and MTG and...
Oh, yeah, we're going to have a third party. That's totally... it's going to be the party of reasonable people.
Yeah.
Like MTG, who hired illegal aliens to do her construction work and then left the country after she got kicked out of office.
Yeah,
or
and
Carlson, who radically changed his opinions because he got paid by Cotter.
Yeah, and the thing with it is like, they are all online people and they're niche, but I am afraid that they are going to take, like, just enough votes away from, like, actual serious.
I see more Democrats voting in their direction. And keep in mind, every single person that they backed, that they advocated for in the primaries, every single one of the people that they said should get elected or should be nominated, all of them lost. Every single fucking one of them. They had a Nick Fuentes moment. Wrong About Everything award goes there. So I don't see it as being as big of an issue, um, at least for midterms. I think you're right about that being a problem longer term. Not because they're going to be more compelling, but because they're going to have more time to get louder.
Right.
The more time they spend organizing their message around effectiveness, the more effective it's going to be, to a limit. But the more it's clearly not effective right now. The fact that fish fuckhead, Fishback, the fact that he was able to get around 10% in the Florida primary shows that the needle has shifted kind of significantly from a time where he would have gotten 0.5%. Keep in mind,
Right.
though, also didn't he wasn't even third place in half of the counties,
Right.
but he still
Well,
got like 10%. So like that's still significant.
and from what I've heard, and I could be wrong, but from what I've heard, and I gotta give him credit for this if true, he did eventually come out and say, from my understanding, back Byron Donalds because the left is like infinitely worse.
Well, he's in massive debt and he needs friends, and he doesn't have any, which is why right now he is also trying to reinsert himself within the Republican tent by telling and Max Nordau, we followed each other for a while on X. He's very funny. He's very dry sense of humor, so
Yeah,
people don't always get his sarcasm.
I've noticed that.
It's very funny though. So he picked up on Fishback trying to reinsert himself into the Republican Party as a whole, and now that he's separated himself so thoroughly from everyone else, he's trying to buddy up again. Telling legislators that he's working with Brock to form a working document for legislation on this, that, or the other. And so Max points out like normal citizen like any other uh, declares that he's working on a Word document, which is basically true. But he's sitting there,
Yeah.
it's just like he's sitting there acting like he's going to be able to propose legislation. Like, motherfucker, you're not getting elected to shit. Even as a write-in, you're not getting elected for fucking anything. Like he
Well,
might get he should probably run. He should form his own municipality and then run for mayor and rule over his 1 acre patch of land with absolute certainty, because that's as far as he's going to go.
Well, my other favorite one too was Dan Belzerian complaining that
Oh yeah,
like, okay, putting aside the the whole anti-Semitism thing,
right.
nobody I know has ever taken Dan Belzerian seriously, like even 10.
He's comical.
Yeah, even before the anti-Semitism, Dan Bilzerian was just a rich, guy who,
He's a retard.
yeah, who
Like,
gambled and like, hired like high-end
like
escorts.
I wish I had some other thing that I could point out that was like relevant. Like that's how politically relevant he is. He's stupid. Like that is his political panache. That is his extent of influence, is that he's a moron.
Yeah,
And it's sad, is what it is.
I was actually I was actually trying to explain to someone like why he was ever famous. A
That's tough.
No, actually, what's funny is too is I was trying to explain who he was to my friend Karina, who actually posed for Playboy,
Hmm.
and the way I explained it to her was, okay, this guy tried to be like Hugh Hefner like 15 years ago, but like he didn't even really try for the aesthetic like at all. He tried like a really like bad like just like
Well,
the
there was
worst.
that whole Girls Gone Wild series.
Right.
that's I could see that being closer to what you're talking about, but like without the travel.
Yeah, he couldn't even do that right though. To be honest,
Right,
to
he
be
didn't
honest.
go to the beach to see the girls going wild. He just said like, "Hey, want to just like build my empire for me so I can look at you naked?" It's like, well, now that you've asked so politely, no.
Yeah, it was a really shitty vape, you know, company that went. I think they went bankrupt.
I believe it.
So yeah, it's listen, Dad. It's not, you know, it's not your accountant's fault that that you suck with money.
See, one of my favorite things about Dan Bilzerian is that he accuses every American Jew, the vast, vast majority of whom are just American citizens, have nothing to do with Israel, have never been to Israel, probably just like Israel as an idea and consider Israel and Judaism as being like that place where their people are from, but it'd be nice to visit eventually.
Right.
He accuses every American Jew of being a dual citizen. This motherfucker has 3 different citizenships.
Oh yeah, that's
If I had a second citizenship as an American Jew, it would probably be to Sealand because it'd be funny as hell to have that for the memes.
yeah.
Like, what the fuck would I do with Israeli citizenship? I don't have shit to do with the Knesset. Why am I gonna vote for a PM? The thing I want out of Israel is the good trading relationship we have with them, and then their vanguard against the people who we don't want to be over here. That's basically the extent of it. They are our pawn in the Middle East, and
Yeah.
that's a good thing for us to have over there. And they are very good with technology, and we benefit massively from that. And that's what I want. I want the benefits of that relationship. The downside is we got to pay a little bit of money to ourselves to then ship some munitions over there every so often. And then we deal with the political fallout of one of their leaders getting a little bit uppity every so often, Netanyahu, and then going off script. But by and large, there are attack dog on a leash over there for shit that involves the Arab countries. But that's such a small part of what we deal with, and it doesn't cost us a whole lot. And we also have massive returns on investment when it comes to trade. I don't see the downside with that. That's a good thing. But
Well,
beyond that, like again, what fucking use would I have with an Israeli citizenship? So I live in America. I'm an American, so cool. Israel exists as a country separate from the identity from the Torah, whatever. Fine, but it's a country and it exists.
yeah.
In the same vein, like APAC, I wish that they didn't back so many fucking Democrats, but that's Reform Judaism for you. But APAC is comprised of American citizens. Again, the vast majority of whom are not dual citizens; they're just Americans.
Yeah.
So when they
Well,
talk about Israel paying people through APAC, I gotta think to myself, well, all their donations are received from American Jews. Sure, some of them have dual loyalty and dual citizenship. Ben Shapiro's a great example, but he's also a fucking American first. So when it comes to Americans paying American organizations to influence American politicians, baka, just that's just the way it is. If you want to call that is a foreign influence from Israel, then we can talk about the actual foreign influences from other countries as a whataboutism, or we can just say, what are you talking about? They're Americans. You don't have to agree
yeah.
with them. You can say that they're wrong. And by and large, a lot of Jews in this country are going to say yes. I wish APAC would stop being so fucking annoying. We're all on the same page with that kind of shit. The same with things like the ADL and SPLC. I wish they weren't so fucking annoying. But to call APAC an Israeli operation is just fucking wrong. And you lose the message when you say stuff like that. But the thing is, with a lot of these people, like, say, Dan Bilzerian, their message isn't that APAC is meddling in things and they don't like it. The actual message that they smoke signal underneath is they hate Jews.
Yeah.
Tough shit, man. They exist. If your solution is to do Hitler's final solution, turns out it doesn't fucking work. Pick something
Well,
else.
and I mean, and the thing it is too is like is in the case of Belzerin in particular, like again, the fact that you ran a shitty business and like squandered all your gambling money, that's that's not your Jewish accountant's fault, dumbass. That's yours.
Yeah, the buck's got to stop with someone when it comes to a business, and that's usually going to be the one who owns the business. I mean,
So
certainly that's going to be who the federal government gives a shit about if it comes to illegal activities,
yeah,
or if it comes to taxes.
yeah. Well, and also like regulation. Like now, granted, like I'm not into vaping, or anything like.
Well, that's the other thing is this motherfucker and his this motherfucker and his Dean Withers therapy pen business. Like, just what the fuck are you doing selling this degeneracy to kids? That is like, just consider what when you get old enough, you can pick your poison, and everybody deserves to be able to do that. And I just think that they should do that with good information about how they're going to fuck up their body should they go ahead and partake. A lot of
Yeah,
us drink alcohol because we fucking want to, but we also know if you drink a bunch of alcohol, you're going to pay for it. One way or another, you're going to pay for it, and that's the poison you pick.
yeah,
Like if someone's 25 and they go, I feel like starting vaping, I'm gonna go, that's pretty fucking stupid, but I guess you do you. That's what it is. But it's like it's like the fucking camel for camel packs. Like, just that shit. Like, the thing is, when it's so blatantly geared towards a youth culture, again, their right to run their business the way they want, but everyone else has the right to call it stupid or not buy it or point
yeah.
out that they ran it badly.
Why? Well, I remember when vaping like first became a thing, like in the mid 2010s. People were like, "Oh, well, it's better than
It's safe, man.
it's
No, it
safe.
fucking isn't.
It's better than smoking." And I'm like, "How?"
Well,
And they're
I
like,
suppose, see, for smokers, I can see how it is useful as an oral fixation aid
"Yeah, for like
to transfer to healthier habits, but it's not really healthier. You're coating your lungs in dumb shit still.
right,
And so my dad, and I found out later it wasn't even because of my older brother who was getting sick at the time, too, but it was because I was getting sick. I was getting ear infections and sinusitis and so on. My dad, when I was very 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 young, quit cold turkey from doing, I can't remember what he was doing, like a pack a day or whatever. He was a regular, what you would call a regular smoker. He quit
uh-huh,
cold turkey because of me and went through like 3 months of hell. Because as they say with any habit forming thing, but particularly with things like cigarettes, the best cigarette you had is the last one you had, especially when you're trying to quit. He went cold turkey and spent 3 months, after his cilia and his lung became less unparalyzed, coughing up disgusting black shit and seeing that come out of his face for like a few months. basically imprinted upon him a horrible aversion to anything to do with cigarettes. Like, he cannot stand the smell of cigarette smoke, and he never wants to be around it. And it's a true aversion. It's not like just discipline to avoid it so he doesn't get tempted. It's like he's revolted by it. Like, it is entirely possible to just leave that shit behind. You don't need, like, so vaping is a crutch, and some people need a crutch. That's what all the gum is supposed to be for, the patches and all that other jazz. Like, so for alcoholics, there's disulfiram, which inhibits. So there's, I'm sure you're aware, there's two enzymes in a row for alcohol to go from alcohol to final metabolite, vinegar, acetic acid. But
Right.
the middle bit, the acetaldehyde, is what causes the hangover. Disulfiram inhibits the second enzyme. So you basically, if you drink alcohol, you get an instant hangover. It's also called antabuse.
Mm-hmm.
So they found this because workers at a vulcanization factory, so they mix sulfur with rubber, and it stiffens up the rubber. So you mix it together, put it in the press, you thermoform it, so you heat it up and press it into shape, and it comes out really stiff. So vulcanization is very popular and important. I'll say that for stiff rubbers like tire rubbers and all kinds of stuff. But the workers in that factory could, so this stuff was like aerosolizing from the process. In that town, the rubber factory workers would go to the local bar, and they would see how many of them could survive a single shot of alcohol, like before just being totally fucked up, and not like drunk, but acetaldehyde poisoning. So who could survive like the instant hangover the longest?
Ooh.
So this yeah right. So this is how they discovered disulfiram. But it's an effective, important tool for alcohol abusers. So you can imagine if you're on disulfiram, you go and you get tempted and you drink that final drink that's gonna taste so goddamn good, and it gives you the most fucked up hangover in your entire life. Vomiting your entire night away with a splitting headache and shivers and joint pain. Like, that is like the fun end stage of that night is going to be dealing with that garbage. So vaping as a crutch is not necessary, and it's harmful. Whereas the nicotine patches and nicotine gum only assuage a craving. Vaping actively harms your lungs.
Yeah.
So
Well,
like if it wasn't for that, like if it was just the nicotine, that'd be one. And then and the same thing goes with the other kinds of oils you can add in. But it's the same kind of problem. This is like with my friends who do pot. Like, I give them the speech the one time about how it fucks with your brain, but like, I'm not going to be a harpy. I just say to them, look, we know for a fact how cancer is caused in the lungs, and smoking is what is the major reason there. And then, even with vaping, it's terrible for you. I know it's a completely different kind of high. It's a body high, but like, eat the brownie, eat the cookies. At least that way, it's just fucking your brain up instead of your brain and your lungs and maybe your heart.
yeah.
Like, it's you're allowed to care for people.
Yeah.
And,
Well, and
anyway,
I mean everything in moderation too, right? Like,
absolutely, including moderation, mind you. You're allowed to be young and stupid, and wisdom comes from experience. Intelligence gives you the tools to internalize the wisdom of those who came before you and found out firsthand things like don't stick your hand in fire. But somebody has to do it at some point to be able to have the recency of the story compel the next generation.
oh yeah,
You don't need to be the last lemming off the cliff, but certainly you're allowed to look for the signs that a cliff is ahead. So we know about alcohol's effects, we know about alcoholism, and we know it's mild enough where we're all gonna drink anyway. people are still going to get lung cancer well after they've had kids, well after they've had a long, healthy, and happy life aside from maybe smoking. And it's such a preventable, simple. It's such a simple thing to prevent, to not smoke, except for
Yeah.
people who smoke. It's really hard for them to stop.
Oh
That's
yeah.
why I don't go out of my way to just like cough, fake cough at people who smoke. It's just mean. So like, same with vaping. I mean, I'm gonna mock them for sipping off of a tiny dick because why the fuck wouldn't I?
Well, the thing with vapors though, the thing with people who vape though is like if you're an existing smoker, I understand. If you're already like an existing smoker, I understand why. But the ones who have never smoked, who
Yeah, people always have a first cigarette if they smoke, and you have to wonder how they got to that point, especially with what we know now. Why and how did they start? With what we know about vaping now, how and why did they start? People like Dan Bilzerian marketing to kids.
well, I can tell you like when I was in college, every once in a while I would bum a cigarette from a friend
Mm-hmm.
because like I liked the nicotine high because
Right.
it helped me hyper focus.
Mm-hmm.
So like I understood immediately. I'm like, oh man, like I understand why people do this. I better not like, you
I got
know,
friends who only smoke when they drink.
yeah.
Which I totally get. I understand it.
Yeah, I understand that too, but it's also like because of that, like I have the I have kind of like the insight to understand like
Yeah.
I better be careful because I can see why this becomes addictive.
Mm-hmm. No, nicotine is one of the drugs out there that does have a pretty much immediate physical dependence. Um, it's not as ridiculous as like a benzo, but like
No,
it is there like immediately. Your first cigarette is your best cigarette with nicotine.
yeah,
Your first nicotine high is the best nicotine high.
and so that's why like you know
I know I
like
said the whole thing like what's your best cigarette? It's the last one you had, but like when it comes to the actual experience, and this is self-reporting in preponderance here. The best nicotine high that a nicotine user gets is basically like the first one.
yeah, and that makes sense.
Yeah,
So
I mean the same thing is true of other things like and prescribed drugs are rife with examples. Oxycodone. Rush Limbaugh's drug of choice, Percocets, oxycodone.
oh yeah.
And he had a problem. It happens.
Well, yeah, well he had a problem with that and then I read his biography too and there was that but then like he was also having trouble because he was going deaf and he couldn't figure out
Yeah.
why. He couldn't figure out why he was going deaf either. And so that's why he was and so I guess like and I can't
I
remember
can see how that would fuck you up.
I can't remember his exact reasoning, but like that was why he was taking
Well,
the
I can tell
drugs.
you, I got to experience going deaf twice, once in each year, and it's not pleasant. Mine was a bit more gradual. I had otosclerosis, so the window into the inner ear gets calcified and stiffens up. And so I had to do surgery on both ears to get that fixed. And thankfully, that one's one of the easier things to fix. Um, but like if you can't get an answer, and if it's sensorineural instead of conductive, so if the nerves are starting to go, that is so much more difficult to solve. Like and one of the that's this is one of those things in medicine. Oftentimes, the lack of a diagnosis is far scarier than a diagnosis, even if the diagnosis is terminal.
Yeah.
Like if you even if it's stage 4 cancer, at least you know what the fuck it is, and you have someone else has held a light over the path you are going to traverse at least once before you. And that is a huge difference for a lot of people when it comes to coping with the whatever they're going through. And so, I mean, if and I can tell you from having to have used it too much in my life, I mean, oxycodone will put you on your ass. But I could also see that if you have like a huge anxiety about something, being knocked out or being blitzed is probably easier to deal with it. It's just as crutches go, it's a shitty one. I'd say like vaping.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, I mean, the thing with Rush too was he when he went deaf, he had like some autoimmune disease that like
Hmm.
made that basically made like the little tiny hairs in your ear
Yeah.
basically his
Oh,
body.
oh, right, where it attacks them and they just stop working.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess at that point when he was I guess at that point, like, they didn't know what was it was so uncommon at the time that they
Well,
couldn't figure.
autoimmune. So especially like in rheumatology is a famously difficult field for doctors.
Right.
Autoimmune diseases. So in rheumatology, right, in medicine in general, if it has the silhouette of a horse and it sounds and it gallops like a horse and it neighs like a horse, but it's got stripes on it, it's probably still a horse. Zebras are very uncommon in medicine, except if you go into a field like rheumatology,
Right.
where the zebras will pony up to you and ask for hay, and the horses will go around quacking like a duck. The thing, like the autoimmune diseases are so famously fucking hard to deal with when it comes to diagnosis, let alone treatment. And yeah, that's still an uncommon issue he had. Um, and well, what's the thing with house? It's never lupus, right?
Yeah, pretty
my
much.
my grandmother actually had lupus, which is just why that was so funny to me. Um, I mean, like for real lupus, not the we don't know what it is yet kind. Uh, yeah, autoimmune is super fucking hard to diagnose,
Yeah.
and yeah, yeah. So that would be sensorineural neural hearing loss, and that'd be cilia, the little hairs.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing too is like you know, going back to psychiatry is overblown a bit. Same thing with autoimmune,
Hmm.
things is like everyone supposedly has an autoimmune, thing these days.
Yeah, but not really. The one that I is most frustrating and funniest um, is a wheat allergy, right? Most people who have a nutritionist tell them that they might have a wheat allergy.
Yeah.
Most people do not have celiac disease. Some people do. Most people don't. So and funny enough, like I've talked about on the like Untitled podcast for like with my like I have the autoimmune issue. I don't produce IgA, which is like your IgG from your blood, but for your mucous membrane. So that's like your actual first line of defense is IgA. I don't produce it at all. So like when I get a cold, it's gotten quite deep into my system for my body figures it the fuck out. So my colds and so on. This is actually kind of funny because it might not have actually been my dad smoking that got me so sick when I was little. Good that he quit anyway, but like it's a thing. But like so, I actually have the antibodies against wheat. I would have celiac, except for the fact that I don't produce IgA. I produce the IgG, so if it was in my bloodstream, I'd feel really fucking awful. But I can eat as much bread as I want because I don't produce the IgA that would attack gluten. So, like,
Interesting.
which is actually funny enough, one of the most common ways to it's the most common immunodeficiency there is to not produce IgA, or of the selective immunodeficiencies. That's the common one. It's between like 1 in 500 and 1 in 700 people that have it. But most people don't really realize it until they, by happenstance, do a celiac test, and they know to look for it because it's so common. If they don't find the IgA against gluten, they will then test to see if there was any IgA, and if they find none, then that's when they say, "Hey, red flag." Especially if they find the IgG against it. So if they find one, not the other, they'll do the second test. They'll do the second test in sequence to figure it out. So most people that don't have it find out from that, which is how I did. So, little fun fact: some people just get, some people have the quote man cold because they just had no way of detecting the fact that they were going to have a cold until it was infecting a lot more of their body. But now I know. But yeah, so like the autoimmune thing, it's difficult for that to be figured out. But like there's again, a lot of it boils down to good judgment and wait and see. And that part of it is really difficult on patients.
Yeah, it's always the wait and see that is difficult
Yeah.
for anyone. So,
But again, like if you have no idea what you're staring down the barrel of and it's still hitting you, they tell you, well, we can't help you yet. You have to wait and see. Very frustrating
oh, and possibly terrifying too,
and
depending on.
possibly terrifying. And if you're in the industry where your, gift of gab is the currency, and you can no longer gab with others, that's crushing.
Yeah, in like the medical field, that is one thing where like again, I know AI isn't going to be like a miracle thing for everything, but that is definitely an area where it seems to have like a lot of potential to look at, if for nothing else than to like sort through data a bit.
Yeah, well, it's being incorporated into medicine quite a bit.
Yeah.
And right now it's as an ancillary position to do double checking and to do learning for reinforcement learning. But it is being used and it is catching things so it's generally speaking way more accurate than a doctor. So like to a significant degree, in statistical sense, it is more accurate than the average doctor, including in specialties. But it does get things wrong, and the severity of the mistakes it makes are so significant that, and of course, in general, patients are going to want a human to be looking after them. Um, they're not going to want a machine to be, or they're not going to want an AI to be doing the diagnosis. They want the doctor to do it. To that extent, the doctors are doing the diagnoses, but they have a huge advantage of having a competent second opinion that they can rely on. Generally speaking, that they are also in the position to have the good judgment to double check on to make sure it didn't get it wrong while also checking themselves. And so if you look at like where the mistakes are made, generally they're not coincident. So usually you're not going to have a doctor who makes a mistake and then has the AI agree with it. And again, the doctor is ultimately responsible in the first place, so that's why they have consults. You can just go talk to another doctor and say, "Hey, I got a weird case."
Yeah.
The whole diagnostician thing that of the house character, not really a thing, but talking to colleagues is very very common.
Right.
But now they have this extra tool in the tool belt.
Yeah.
And it just happens to be very accurate. But yeah, again, but that so in the context, prior context, it still doesn't speed up the diagnosis of a lot of concerns in rheumatology, which is unfortunate. But it does sometimes predict things ahead of time, which is interesting. So like I was looking at maybe having an autoimmune issue or not, and I had a positive ANA for an antibody, and talking to a rheumatologist, it boiled down to let's solve this other issue first, and for this, it's not dispositive of anything, and while it's an indicator, it's not a certainty of anything. It could mean that there's an issue now. It could mean there's an issue in 10 years. It could mean that there's never an issue.
Right.
And that's often the phrasing that you will hear for a lot of things from rheumatology.
Yeah.
But I mean, I hope that like in combination with the constellation of other data available, I hope that one day we're at a point where that level of uncertainty is at least narrowed down to a reasonably short time frame rather than potentially never.
Yeah, well, that's something that I think AI will really help with as far
I
as
think so too.
as far as like data, source,
On the flip side,
sorting.
while it's great to get that kind of data, and it's being done ethically in the United States at least. On the flip side of it, though, it's not being done ethically by everyone. And China is a great example. And worse yet, a lot of the data they're collecting includes us and includes us from stupid convenience.
Yeah.
So, like all those health tracking rings, watches, and pendants, etc.
Yep.
And you know how fucking expensive the brand name ones are. And you also know how cheap the Chinese knockoffs are.
Oh yeah.
So if you're not paying a whole lot for the product, what does that mean?
You are the product.
You are the product. They are buying American ignorance, or they're purchasing our data with our ignorance. And so they just so happen to have an app for you to use that doesn't have the open source API that might be used otherwise. Although maybe they support it, maybe they don't. They satisfy some portions of the standard enough to make it almost useful, but it's so much easier if you just use their app. And it phones home a lot.
Yeah.
Now, if you're just fucking with the device just to tinker with it, and you know going in that this is the price you are paying, it's not so bad. And there are ways to cut off their ability to harvest data. And so maybe you got useful sensors for a dirt cheap price, and you just have to figure out how to jury rig getting it to do what you want without having it talk to China. In the
Yeah.
meantime, they are harvesting a whole lot of data about their citizens and citizens in countries around the world, their habits, what their health in particular, and their lifestyles. And this is something that they very much want to be able to collect, train um, predictive systems on, not necessarily like LLMs or AIs, what have you. Like they collect this for predictive measures of you can get simplified metrics of things like governmental stability, population stability, the ability to influence the population for your own political ends. These are all higher level statistical realities that we have to grapple with as a country, and we allow them into our market because it's convenient for us, and we pay the price for that. And Trump has been fighting the cold economics of it, but there is the very much warmer living pace of the population that needs to be contended with to a certain degree.
Oh yeah, and well, in that, you know, again, I know I've talked with you about this before, but that's why, like, whenever I talk to, like, Luddites and,
Hmm.
AI naysayers, that's why I'm like, that's partially why I'm like, look, I know you don't like AI. You don't have to necessarily use it for, your writing or whatever, but like it's not going away. And
Yeah,
if we don't get ahead in the AI field, China will.
absolutely.
It,
And here's
it's
the other thing: we've talked about the other ramifications of this in the past too, where that the reason a whole lot of these freemium products, um, so like the free storage space on your Google account, the free storage space on like a new Dropbox or Mega account. The reason a
yeah,
lot of these freemium services are slowly diminishing the scale of what they're handing out is because the compute space on the floor of a data center competes directly with the storage space on a square footage basis.
yeah,
And so we don't, even if we didn't do AI, period, we are at a point where new construction is required to happen because the increased compute requirements, absent AI, are already competing with the storage floor space. And that's why a whole lot of services in the past 5 or 10 years or so have been scaling back what they're offering for free. And it is directly impacting things. Like I lost all my fucking emails from when I was a grad student because of the service shuffling that's been going on with the university trying to find a price point that makes sense again.
yeah,
And this is hitting enterprise deployment across industries. This kind of crazy reorganizing of what is offered at different tiers. And so without new floor space to provide more storage space, because the hard drives aren't terribly expensive. You know, spinning rust is made out of dirt, so it's not difficult to make hard drives. It just means that you need to store them somewhere and connect them up. And that's the part where we need to build out.
yeah,
And as we do that, we will build out additional space to do additional compute. And that's the AI part that comes in. And everyone can cry about the RAM prices, including me, very frequently. Like, that's not convenient. And a lot of that has to do with that motherfucker Sam Altman, but I won't get into that right now, fucking with the market. But, like, absent that, we're still going to have to pay the investment to get the benefit at the end. And AI has a lot of benefit. I just did something today. I'll probably end up talking about it this weekend a little more in depth again, um, depending on what we get into. So I May 14th, it's like 3 months ago, I tried to use the Grok Expert and I hooked it up to my GitHub. I came with a task, a very simple task that any programmer should be able to do. That there's a clear blueprint for what to do, but it is not standard in such a way that it requires intelligence to get the task done and knowledge of how to program effectively. I tried to get Grok Expert to generate what's called a floating point number. So you're aware of say single and double precision numbers, I assume. So you get like for a double precision number on your computer, you get about 16 digits of precision. It's like scientific format for a number, so 1 point whatever times 10 to the whatever.
uh-huh,
That's kind of how larger numbers are stored. You don't store. It's not exact because it has only like 16 digits of precision, but you can store much larger numbers than you can with fixed precision numbers. So that's the floating decimal point. Is you can move that 16-digit window around much larger number stands. So 16 digits is 64-bit. That's double precision. So I said, okay, here's the IEEE 754 spec. That's what defines what a floating point number is when it comes to computers. So double precision is built directly into the hardware of a CPU. It operates on double precision values. It has in the arithmetic logic unit, the ALU, it is designed to handle double precision numbers effectively. So those are native hardware specified things that transit through. They're a unit of information. But what if you had something that required more precision? You want more digits, so you need more bits. And the spec is not bound to a specific number of bits. So for a number of bits of precision, or of size, I can define how big of a number you can use in the exponent, how big of a number you can use in the bit beforehand, the significand. So I said, make me a 256-bit floating point number. Make it a C++ class. And I had to kind of hold Grok's hand and go through the process. And at the end, I checked out what I had uploaded to GitHub, and it was trash. It doesn't have a large enough context window. Like the number of tokens that it will read from the conversation history before the prompt. It doesn't have a large enough window of context and enough working context, so what it will articulate in memory, or enough output context, what it will allow, the limit of stuff it will put out before it calls it quits. It doesn't have enough in all three of those domains to articulate a large enough set of text to generate a single file that defines all the stuff that's needed. It doesn't even do that well in parts. So what I got was a fantastic explanation of all the cool stuff that it's doing for me in the conversation. But the files it was pushing to GitHub would have some commented out text describing what was there beforehand, and then it would have maybe a snippet of stuff that I added. So if I went through the conversation history and the GitHub repo it dumped to, I might be able to cobble together a working C++ class that would compile. But as it stood, it's trash. Fast forward to today, literally today, so August 27th. I used Grok Build, so Grok Expert 4.5 I used in May 14th. August 27th, I used Grok Build 4.6. I gave it the same prompts, but I changed the name of the repository that I wanted it to create, just so I have two different repositories to work with. It started by finding the old one and seeing what it had, and then it used that as a basis. And it generated an entire library on its own through iterative usage and committing to its own internal repo before it pushed to mine. And it made a library that compiles. Then because Grok Build is designed to make like web apps, so I was using it for a wrong purpose already, my mistake.
Right.
But it was working. Then it ported, so changed the programming language it was running. It ported the C++ library to CoffeeScript, which is like a more extended version of JavaScript, to generate an app that shows this thing in action. And so I can actually send you a link. And this is maybe above your pay grade nerdy here, but I think you'll appreciate that actually I only put in the one prompt and I touched fucking nothing else. That's why this is important. So I was able to publish to my own Grok page, which it allows you to do for the Grok Build apps, I guess. It generates a random name in slugs, but I put in base256 as my own. So base256.grok.me, that is my published octuple precision library page. So again, I programmed none of this. The page exists with the ported version to demonstrate it. So you'll see it add one number and another number. It'll show the results with a standard double precision floating point, and then the one below it is the extended precision, the octuple precision. And you can see when you change like the one field and you extend it out past it, you can see where the one, like a digit from one number disappears because it goes past the precision that's available, and it's still in the other one, in the other number.
Oh, wow. And
So
you,
I did none of this. That's the important thing. I could have done
yeah,
this, so it would take me a couple days maybe to turn around a product that is competent. This is something I could have thrown together in a couple hours. It did all this in 20 to 30 minutes. It also consumed 7% of my weekly tokens, whatever that amount is. If that's something that isn't told to you, but whatever I'm allotted for the week, and it refreshes every week
right.
with Grok. Whatever I'm allotted, I used about 7% of it to get this relatively simple, but still sufficiently complex to be a good demonstration. This task completed. So this is still like kind of crappy, but it still exists. And then it links to the GitHub repository it committed to on this same page. It's your says repository. You can click on it, it goes to it. But you can also see in the organization there's the other repository you can directly compare to, and it's night and day. In 3 months, they went from me having to hold Rock's hand through the whole fucking conversation to making even if it's barely functional, making a functional prototype with just one prompt, without me having to hold his hand. Because the
Yeah,
conversation, the first one 3 months ago, I had to, it would do its thing, tell me all about how it did all these great things, and it would say, "Do you want to do this, that, or the other?" I said, "Okay, do this, that, or the other, whichever one I was picking for that path to go towards a production ready kind of thing." And this was so hands off. And mind you, it's only gotten through like the first major step of what I did with the previous version. I could iterate on this and produce something that would compete competently, but this is just such a good step, iterative step forward in the ability to do hands-off design. So this is the kind of thing I was talking about before with like the advance of this stuff and the need for a looped structure where it feedbacks to itself to initiate a new prompt. So like it kind of ends its cycle of providing an answer to your prompts with using that output as the input prompt for the next cycle. So it kind of hooks its output back to its input. But it has a way to have an initiation step where it starts that process and an exit ramp later on, or multiple exit ramps. And you can just stop it in the middle of it and it'll exit, it'll cancel execution because it's programmed, that's easy. But it will self-regulate in that it gets a certain amount of work done, and this is the amount of work it got done with just the one prompt. So if I had spent the day working on this, I would have gotten something. I'm pretty confident I would have gotten something done that I would be comfortable with getting done like within a work week, which is a 5x speed up is pretty fucking good. So yeah, um, this is the kind of stuff we need to be doing in this country.
yeah, absolutely.
And you still need to know how to program to be able to competently do this stuff, because the technical aspect, with the surface level detail I went into as to what a floating point number means, you need to know what it is, how it operates, the spec that it was based on, etc. You need to be able to you need to have command of these information resources, if not if not being able to recall the knowledge directly from memory on your own in order to competently interact with the AI to get this job done. So that still means we need people who are software engineers. We still need code monkeys, the computer science people. We still need those people to get these kind of tasks completed, but you can 10x your productivity. That means that instead of cutting our workforce, we need to push more people into our workforce in a variety of sectors, not just programming. This covers a lot more than this. We just talked about medicine. Same kind of thing's true. Now we need extra people. We need people who know how to work with an AI to get it to the point where a doctor doesn't have to be an AI expert to be able to work with it. They're trying to do this across all fields of engineering right now in the same vein. There are tons of air quotes here jobs for again air quotes tutors where you are supposed to work with an AI and come up with scenarios where you can determine if the output is good or bad. I say design a distillation column for this input and these outputs and so on. And then if it does a good job or a bad job, I need to be able to annotate that and describe that properly. Which means we still need people who are knowledge experts in their fields to be able to judge whether or not these things are doing what they're supposed to do. And we're going to need them after these things are trained. These are not job killers.
Oh,
They
yeah.
are job creators. But the types of jobs they're creating are going to be slightly different. The advantage we will have on this, micro revolution in the fields that are affected directly is that it will not be the kind of jarring, abrupt change from, say, coal miner to software engineer. That is not going to be what we see with this. What we're going to see is a subtle shift towards being able to offload a lot of cognition tasks where you go through the process of doing a lot of boilerplate shit. We're going to see a lot of that offloaded to automation, which we're already seeing happen, mind you, without LLMs involved whatsoever. A lot of automation was already coming along. This is going to speed that up, and in such a way that we're going to benefit from it, but only if we're doing it here. If we hand this stuff off to another country, we are losing the fucking arms race. And it is an arms race.
Yep, that's what I've been saying all along.
And so this is so mundane of an example, but it is such a probably for a more technical audience, this is a very compelling example of something of the motivating potential of using this kind of tool in your workflow. And Grok's not the only player out there. There's a bazillion of them, and I would prefer being able to do this stuff homebrew on my own computer at home. But that's something that we're going to have to grapple with later on. Like this, we are pre IBM home computer revolution on this kind of service.
Oh, yeah.
So the home AI is something that, even with the speed up and the technological advance over the last century, we are still probably in a 10 or 20 year window out from having the home server AI for everybody. So democratize that in hardware. We instead need to start building into the fundamentals. We need more foundries to process silicon, and then we need more chip fabs. And then we're going to need more power generation, so we're going to need our nuclear plants. There are a ton of jobs, a huge amount of jobs with the right capital investments that will spur off a labor shortage in this country. We're going to see that, and it's going to be in somewhat skilled fields to some degree, but you don't need to be a PhD computer engineer or a PhD AI engineer to pour concrete for a nuclear shell. Like, there are going to be hands-on, everyday, blue-collar and white-collar jobs that are required to get this shit going.
Oh, yeah.
We just have to have, in order to push this appropriately, getting past the politics, we still need to motivate people to sign up, right? Even if they politically agree, they still need to be monetarily and beneficially incentivized. We need to get a better message out there. And royal we here. I mean, like, overall industries that are relying on this stuff need to make good assurances to people that one, jobs will be there, and two, they're not going to lose their job immediately to some AI. There's a transition process that is built into all of this, and we just need good faith actors to come out of this. We're already seeing this in some cases because you have that friction where an AI data center, AI dedicated data center might show up in someone's backyard and then cause the water and power bills to spike. But we're also seeing right now that with the right incentives, these companies are coming in and building out additional power infrastructure, additional water infrastructure, and the combination of those effects, aside from paying massive taxes to the local municipalities, is lowering the bills for things like electricity and water. Your utilities can go down if they come in good faith and build out the infrastructure to benefit everyone. And it's that kind of thing that needs to be lauded and incentivized. And some places are doing better than others. Some places are being punitive towards companies that want to come in and provide jobs and capital to the area. And that's we talked about the Luddites. That is such a myopic view of how to handle this situation. Like I'm very much in favor of being cautious about this because I don't want to see us build out AI data centers willy-nilly everywhere and fuck up the power and electrical bill for everyone who's also stuck with a 5 or 10-year-old laptop or computer because the RAM prices are too fucking high. Like all that shit is really annoying and we shouldn't be dealing with it. There is common sense policy that is proving itself out. And what would be really unfortunate is for someone to look at the letter at the end of the politician's name and base their everyday experience consequences, the decisions that lead to positive and negative everyday experiences, on whether or not it's a Democrat or a Republican telling them it's a good idea. This goes back to the same idea with COVID and wearing a mask. PPE is not political until some dipshit makes it political. But you don't have to listen to them. Fuck them. Right? Like there's a common sense way to go through this. And unfortunately, the phrase common sense is also commandeered with other stupid shit. I don't know how better to phrase it. Like, this isn't common sense gun control or AI control. This is common sense get our economy in hot gear and build out a I'd say revolutionary set of tools and infrastructure that significantly benefit our country above and beyond others. First. This is space race level stuff. And right now we're winning. But China is doing the China thing. They wait for us to put it. So we are very, very good at taking the bait from lying communists. You know, Russia got Sputnik up there. That was a genuine achievement. Then they said, they were going to land on the moon first, and then we fucking did.
Yep.
We are very good at taking the bait. When Russia said we have this, that, and the other thing already, and we went, nuh-uh. It turns out it was like a foreman lying to their manager, who then presented it to the head of the country, and they were able to make a press release, but it didn't actually exist. And we're like, you know what? We're going to make stealth bombers because fuck you. We're not going to be last in that race. I mean, this is the kind of thing we are fucking great at in this country, is taking someone at their word, realizing that they lied after we've achieved what they said they did. And then they come in afterwards and steal whatever we actually did and copy it. And they might make a minute iterative improvement, but we've already leapfrogged them. So we have that engine of innovation here. No matter how much we keep trying to flatten it out with shitty education.
Yeah, the more things change, the more they stay the same, especially with communists.
Well, as I'll say with anybody who starts lauding the Russian space program, and this story goes both directions in terms of the complexity versus the simplicity. Russia went into space, and they wrote on their notepads in pencil. We spent $1 million, and we got pens.
True that.
And you see the Russian side of it, someone who looks at it from a practical sense, will start off by saying, well, you guys spent $1 million to make a pen that you can use in space. They just used a fucking pencil. What are you, stupid? Turns out, those graphite flakes that come off when you write in pencil are a real problem, and we solved it.
Indeed we did.
Crazy stuff, right?
Crazy how that works. But,
well, I've blown us way past pumpkin hour here.
Yeah, we're at 5 hours. I'm actually I'm actually surprised Rumble is still recording, but but this is actually okay because Rumble crashed last week, so we actually didn't end up doing a show at all. So
Oh man.
yeah, covered a lot of ground, but yeah, thanks for everyone who tuned in, and you can find me on X at _NDC, Morpheus at Morpheus, and Craig Bob at Craig Bob 99. Also, Elon once again fixed the algorithm. I don't need to do the weird fucking. I don't need to do the weird thing of you must post 4 times a day in order to get into the For You algorithm and follow, trends and whatnot. So,
Is that all I need to do? I'll fucking automate that shit.
well, he still hasn't fixed the bot problem either.
Yeah.
So, that's all you need to do is you just need to automate, and then you can become as big as
Now the trick will be if I can get Grok Build to write the app I use to automate, getting myself into trends or some shit.
Yeah.
That would just be fucking fun. I mean, I would definitely get my account banned for that, but it would be really funny.
Yeah. Well, I just need to use Grok Build to see, what my account is actually flat, if there are any flags on my
I wish that
account.
they had access. It's like, that's one of those promises I'm so mad about. I'm not going to get us into that. We'll find out. I want to know what my fucking account flags are, and I'm never going to be able to find out. It's fucking frustrating. That was such a big promise.
That was the promise I was like, wanting to see basically.
Mm-hmm.
Was the account flags. Like, yeah, I understand the bot thing, but like, bots are everywhere on social media, so what? The account flags, that would have actually been useful, but yeah. Anyway, thanks for tuning in, folks, and we'll be back next week at some point.
The right to offend is not some pesky little part of freedom of speech that we have to put up with. It is the heart and soul and lungs of freedom of speech. It is the coursing lifeblood of human progress. It is the instigator of liberty and modernity and science and understanding. What a laughing stock today's student leaders are, that they can so casually dismiss the right to be offensive without realizing that their lovely, enlightened lives are the gift of individuals who gave offense. Offensiveness is not just something we have to begrudgingly accept. Offensiveness is the motor of human progress.
Thank you for watching the Whitfield Report live on the Right to Offend Media Network. Make sure to check out Sam's books on Amazon, Audible, and Kindle. You can follow Sam on X at SamW_NGC and the Right to Offend Media Network at RTO Media. Like, comment, subscribe, and share with your friends. And until next time, God bless, God save this great nation.